mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. They're mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why. They're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. They're mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. They're mighty machines.
Control tower to Jet Girl. You are cleared for landing on runway 2. Over.
Roger, Tower. Touchdown. Another happy landing.
Hey, Jet Girl, is that you? I haven't seen you around here for a long time.
Hi, Stripes. It's great to see you too.
Hey, everybody. Jet Girl is here for a visit.
Nice to have you back!
Well, hello there, Jet Girl.
Hi, gang. Such a warm welcome. It's nice to be home. Even though I fly all over, this airport will always feel like home. Do you know why? Because I was assembled right over there in that factory. Every time I land here, I remember those days. It's such an interesting place. While I'm getting my passengers, I'll tell you the story of how I became a jet. Of course, I was a lot smaller then. An airplane like me is built of all sorts of different parts that are made either here, in the factory, or in other plants. We go together something like a jigsaw puzzle. These are some of the parts that go on the front section of a plane where the pilots sit. And that's me when I was only a cockpit. My friends and I are all getting built together.
We're all going to be Challenger jets.
That's right. Here comes one of my windows. I'll tell you something about airplane windows. They're made of plexiglass, and they're super strong because they're really thick, much stronger than glass. Fit it in there, fellas. Perfect. Slide it over. All the holes have to line up for the screws. That little tool holds it in place just right.
Hey, man, look at me. I already got all my windows.
See that thing that he's turning? That's called a yoke. It has to be able to turn and pull back and forth because that's what steers the plane. They're testing to see if it works properly. But how come there are two of them? Well, a plane has a pilot and a co-pilot. Both of them can fly and steer the plane.
I'm getting anxious. I need a body.
Well, that's the next step.
Wow, that was pretty fast. Now I've got a body.
A fuselage. That's what they call the body of an airplane. The cockpit gets attached onto the fuselage. What are those guys doing?
Oh, they're riveting you together. See how thin the skin of the fuselage is? It's made of aluminum sheet metal.
Why do they use aluminum?
Aluminum is strong, but it's still very light. The lighter the airplane, the less fuel it uses.
That makes sense. Good idea.
Don't look now, but you're about to get longer.
What? Oh, look at that! They're sliding two sections of my fuselage together. See how perfectly it fits? Sweet! Now that all the sections are lined up, they get riveted together. A rivet is sort of like a nail, but a rivet is flat on both sides. It holds pieces of metal together. The rivet gun mashes down the head of the rivet and flattens it out so it holds securely and is completely smooth. My skin has to be smooth so that when I'm in the sky, the air will flow over me as slick as ice. See that syringe in his hand? He's squirting sealing compound into each hole before the rivet goes in. The whole plane has to be absolutely airtight, even the rivet holes. There are my wings! Where would an airplane be without wings? On the ground, that's where. The wings need to have all sorts of special things installed, like electrical wires and hydraulics that can work the flaps. Even some of my fuel tanks are in the wings. Hooray! My wings are all done now. The flaps are in place. Everything is set. I'm going to get my wings.
Hi there, kids. I'm away up here near the ceiling. I'm Crane, and I'm rolling along on my rail. I can reach everywhere in this plant, and I can pick up anything. Right now, I'm about to give Jet Girl her wings. First, I've got to get the lifting rig. Here it is. That's right, guys. Put my hook through the ring. Up we go. Funny looking rig, isn't it? But it will work perfectly. I guarantee. Down it comes. All the wings are built with brackets for attaching the rig. Slide the bolt in place. Then the other one. I lift it at 4 different places to spread the strain on the wing assembly. Those are my cables. That's what does the actual lifting. Everyone off the wings. Good. Here we go. Up slowly. The lifting rig is fully adjustable, so the wing is balanced when I pick it up. See? Evenly balanced. The wings are nice and level because the rig is attached in the right spots. I can feel the weight now, but hey, no problem. The wings are flying. Away we go to another part of the plant. Now, down it comes. See the pattern of the wings painted on the floor? I'm setting it down right there. Now detach the lifting rig, but hang on, I'm not finished yet. I'll be right back. I'm taking this rig back, and I'll get a different one for the next step.
Sure is a lot of activity around here today. What next?
Okay, here I am with the jumbo lifting rig. I'm going to let it down right over Jet Girl's fuselage.
Are you coming to get me?
Don't you want to come for a ride?
Wait a second. Are you really going to pick me up with that thing?
I sure am.
But...
There, that's not so bad, is it?
It's a little scary up here. It's so high.
Don't worry. My operator has you completely under control. He'll just shift you over gently.
Hey, I can see lots of things from up here. Wow, this is a big place. Look at all the planes.
And then he'll lower you down. There are your wings.
Great, set me down.
Take it easy, Jet Girl. This operation doesn't happen fast.
What's taking them so long?
I have to lower you down really slowly because you and the wings have to fit together exactly.
Oh, I see. There's a very narrow gap between my fuselage and the wings. It's a snug fit.
That's right. And that means it takes tiny, careful movements on my part to do it properly. My operator needs only a light as a feather touch on my controls. Would you expect a crane as big as me to be so delicate?
Really? I'm impressed.
There, you're down and it's a flawless fit. Now they can bolt you together.
Well, gosh, now I've got a pair of wings. Maybe I can fly.
Not so fast. Wouldn't you like some engines to go with those wings?
Oh, yes, please. I'll take 2. My, look at all the wires and stuff inside. They certainly are beautiful and powerful. They don't make the engines here, but the technicians inspect everything and give them a little polish, too. Everything has to be sparkling clean. Now that my fuselage and wings are all securely attached, they can roll me to the spot where I'll get my engines tomorrow. Oh boy, I can hardly wait. Right here should be fine. Just line up with the marks on the floor. Thank you. Hooray! Here comes the first of my powerful jet engines. They put that red cover on so nothing can get into the engine while they are working. What's so neat about a jet engine is that inside are lots of little fan blades that whiz around really fast. Air is sucked into the engine by the fans, mixed with jet fuel, ignited, and then it shoots out the back. Whoosh! That's what propels a jet plane like me across the sky. Oh, hi, Crane! Are you lifting my engine too?
Of course, Jet Girl. This is another delicate operation that takes precise control. That's my specialty. And I do it all by remote control. Down we go. Easy, easy. This is the delicate part.
How are you doing, Crane?
Nearly there, Jet Girl. It takes a lot of skill to do this job. The mounting brackets on the engine have to fit into the supports on the side of your fuselage. The lifting rig has a block and tackle on it, so they can tilt the engine just the right amount to line up. The alignment must be perfect, so the bolts fit the holes in the brackets exactly. Little more. More.
Does it fit?
Stop fretting, Jet Girl. Of course it fits. Just a little tap. That's it. We've done it. Perfect job.
Thanks a lot, Crane.
You're welcome.
Now I'm really starting to look like an airplane. I've got a cockpit and a fuselage and wings and engines. The fuel tanks are in the wings, the fuselage, and the tail. I'm looking pretty good. Now what? They're opening the big hangar doors. Wow! They're so huge they need a motor to open them. I guess they have to be big, otherwise my wings couldn't get out. What's this blue thing on my front wheels?
They need to tow you to another part of the factory, Jet Girl. You still need to have a lot of work done before you're able to fly. By tomorrow, you'll almost be ready for your test flight. Isn't that exciting?
I really want to get up into the sky and see what it's like to soar higher than the birds, away above the clouds. I want to be able to touch the sky. Thanks for everything, Crane.
Happy landings, Jet Girl!
Well, this is a different part of the factory. What do they do in here? It's crowded. Ah, I see. They're installing all of the electric wiring and heating and everything else that they need to operate me. There are mechanical controls, wires, and conduits everywhere. Once I get up into the sky, it won't be like it is on the ground. Air has to be pumped in so the passengers can breathe. My cabin has to be heated, and I'll need lights. Look at all the strands of electrical wire that have to be put into me. Each wire does a different job. Oh, joy! Now it's time to test my flight controls. Come and see. Those switches turn on my instrument panel. The pilot can find out what's happening in every part of the plane by reading the information on those monitors. I sure hope I don't fail any of the tests. First, let's check out the flaps on my wings. When the flaps are extended, the wings create more lift at lower speeds. That's useful for takeoff and landing. At cruising speed, they'll pull the flaps in again. So far, so good. When the yoke is pulled back or pushed forward, the elevators on the tail go up or down. That changes the plane's pitch by making the nose come up or go down. Next, it's the ailerons. By turning the yoke like a wheel, the pilot can roll the plane to make turns. Ailerons go up, ailerons go down. Ailerons go up, ailerons go down. See him pushing the pedals on the floor? That works the rudder on the tail and keeps the airplane stable while it makes a turn. These things are my spoilers. They spoil the airflow over the wings and help me descend for landing. What a cool noise they make. Okay, next test, the landing gear. Great! They folded up perfectly. The wheels on big planes like me fold up into the body. I need them to take off and land, but when I'm flying, they slow me down and make it harder to fly. Of course, when the wheels come down, they have to lock in place and be secure so that they can take the weight of the plane when it hits the ground. Everything looks perfect. I've passed all the tests with flying colors. I'm ready to go out on my test flight. Say, have you ever heard about the very first test flight by a Challenger jet like me? It was a cold and sunny day.
Here come my crew. They're special test pilots who are going to take me on my first flight ever. Courageous heroes, one and all. See that big number 1 on my fuselage? That means I'm the first Challenger 605 jet ever built, and my design is brand new. If this test goes well, there'll be lots more like me. Everything is inspected over and over again. The co-pilot is checking all the instruments inside, and the pilot checks everything on the outside. Landing gear looks good. That's a compartment where they carry baggage. Make sure it is closed securely. Everything checks out. My stairs are folding. All set, Captain? First, I have to taxi out to the main runway. Excellent! We have permission from the control tower to take off! At last! Engines on full. Flaps down. And liftoff! I'm airborne! Ha ha ha! This is what every airplane is built to do. I'm loving this! Hooray! All my flight tests went beautifully. What a glorious day! And a really happy landing, too! And now they can start building many more!
Hello again. I'm just back from my flight test, and I've joined the line where all the interior furnishings are installed. I look pretty bare right now, but soon I'll be getting some lovely paneling. Actually, here's a section being installed right now. At each station in the line, we get closer to being finished. That's going to be the galley, the kitchen area. And soon I'll get seats, carpet, and even a TV. Every galley needs a kitchen sink. So now my passengers can travel in real style. Just as soon as Tug here drops me off. Thanks, Tug. This should be fine here.
Anytime, Jet Girl. I'm always glad to help.
Now I'll just lower my staircase.
Leaving again so soon, Jet Girl?
I'm afraid so. My passengers need to get going somewhere fast. Here they come. Everyone's aboard, Mr. Pilot. Let's head for the runway. Bye-bye, friends. I've got to fly.
Happy landings!
Bye-bye, Jet Girl. We'll miss you.
Gosh, it sure was nice to see you all again. But I'll be back again from time to time, you know.
Control tower to Jet Girl. You are cleared for takeoff on runway 2. Over.
Roger, Tower. But right now, it's my favorite time. Take off! Whee! Off I go on another journey into the big blue skies. Bye-bye!
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Time to rise and shine. Morning, everyone. I'm Diesel Locomotive 95. Welcome aboard. Come on, Mr. Conductor, hop on. I spent the night in the maintenance shed getting greased and oiled up. And now I'm ready to get to work. I wonder what my job will be today. It doesn't really matter. I know I like it because I work for the White Pass Line, a special railway that travels over the rugged mountains. Check out those mountains. This is the Yukon, and it's pretty rocky country for a railway. All of us engines that work on this line have lots of power and heart to be able to climb these mountains. The tracks make their way up through the valleys, along the edges of the cliffs, over the rushing streams, up to the snowy peaks, and through narrow tunnels all the way from Alaska to the Yukon. This railway was built in the Gold Rush days. That's right, the Klondike Gold Rush of 1896, when prospectors swarmed here in the thousands. Nowadays, visitors swarm here too. Sometimes the engines pull the trains with all the passenger cars. And sometimes we get to help out with fixing the railway. Today, I'm on track fixing duty, one of my favorite jobs. They've got me all hitched up to my work cars, so I'd better get moving. Have a look at my tracks there. See how they're only 3 feet apart? Less than a meter. That's quite a bit narrower than regular train tracks. But it means the engines and the train cars have to be skinnier too, so they can fit on the tracks. Today, I'm pulling the work train with a lot of dumping cars. This is called a narrow gauge railway, which is really useful in the mountains. Lots of times we have to go around sharp corners or alongside a deep mountain valley, and there isn't much room. It's a lot different working on a mountain railway than on one where the land is flat. But we engines like it a lot. I'll bet you know what this car is. That's my lovely red caboose. All trains used to have a caboose for the crew to ride in, but they're getting kinda scarce now. Lucky me, I still have one, and it's a beauty. Right now, I'm just heading out of town across the railway bridge. This is the little town of Carcross at the Yukon end of the line. There are roads up here now, but back in the gold rush days, before the railway was even built, everything had to be carried by horses or by people. But once the White Pass Railroad was built, more than 100 years ago, everyone traveled on it. Gold miners, prospectors, policemen, everybody. Oh, I wish I had been here then. That would have been so exciting. Nowadays, the White Pass line is used mostly by people who love to look at the mountains and rivers and like to hear about the old days of the gold rush. This bridge is only for railway trains. From my caboose, you can see how narrow the track is. Only room for one train on this bridge, but this little track runs all the way from this end up here in the Yukon, over the mountains, and down to the other end at the coast in Alaska. And that's where Engine 90 should be loading up right now for the first passenger trip of the day. See you later on!
We're almost set to head up the line. Welcome aboard the White Pass Railway, kids. You're going to enjoy this trip. Oh, good. My passenger cars are waiting. All 3 engines are ready to go. Ready!
Ready!
Ready! Here come the passengers. It's not going to be long now. Good! I got the signal for us to hitch up. This is a 3-engine assignment today, kids. It takes the power of all 3 of us to get these passenger cars over the pass because it's so high and the grades are so steep. It's a little hard to see how close I am. That's why I need the conductor to give me hand signals. Back up a little more. Clunk. Put on the safety. Now forward a bit. Excellent. There, we're hitched. And hook up the air brakes, please. It's so interesting to get passengers from all over the world. They come because the White Pass Railroad is famous. Those are the last of them. We're ready to go! Fold up the steps and lock the gate. Thanks. We're on our way to the top. Hold on, folks. I'll clear the intersection in just a minute. My passenger cars look old-fashioned, don't they? Vintage, I call them, because they're reproductions of the very cars that they used when the railroad first opened in 1900. This part of the trip is really easy. It's nice and flat here, lots of trees and vegetation. That's because we are still very close to sea level. But just wait and see how the landscape changes as we climb. That stream is just the water running off the mountains. But in the spring, it's a raging torrent. Here's the caboose stop. Any hikers today? Sure enough. I'm always happy to pick up anyone who needs a ride. Just flag me down. I always like to help people out. I don't go very fast, about 40 kilometers per hour, top speed. But that's okay. My passengers like to look at the scenery. Ooh, look at the rapids on that mountain stream. I hope everyone is enjoying the great view of the mountains. One reason they decided to make this a narrow gauge railway was that workers didn't have to blast through so much rock with dynamite to clear the way. Plus, we can really snake around the curves and follow the contours of the mountains. There's the stream at the very bottom of the canyon. Look how far down it is. Yikes! Imagine trying to climb through this mountain pass on foot or on horseback. You know, they say that George Carmack, Skookum Jim, and Dawson Charlie, the prospectors who discovered the gold and sparked off the Klondike Gold Rush, traveled up a pass just like this.
Now you can see why this narrow gauge railway is an international civil engineering landmark, just like the Eiffel Tower in Paris and the Panama Canal.
Yeah, it's famous.
People said it couldn't be built.
They said you couldn't put a railway track on the side of a mountain like this.
Well, I'm glad they built it anyway. It's thrilling to travel on this line. We're pretty high up, and we're still not at the top. Maybe you should go back and see Engine 95. It will give me time to catch my breath.
Ooh, welcome back. Isn't that trip up the White Pass spectacular? I knew you would like it. I'm almost at the work site. In these mountains, we get lots of snow. Some winters, snowfalls can be so big that they can bury a whole train. Imagine that. In the spring, all that snow melts and the water rushes down the mountainsides. If there's too much, the runoff can undermine the track, washes it right out sometimes. Sure enough, that's what's happened here. No problem, I can fix it. Check this out. It's so easy. Just push the handle and over she goes. Ha! Did you expect that to happen? These cars are called side unloaders. Perfect for this job. The roadbed needs some ballast, so I'm dumping the rocks and dirt to hold the tracks in place. And the ballast is going right where I want it. Kaboom! Ooh, this is fun! Crash! Kablam! Oh, I love this job! Let me inch forward a little until the car is in the right position. Push the switch and look out below! That's the beauty of good machines. They make the job so much easier. Of course, they didn't have machines like this when this railway was built. The workers had to use picks and shovels. It was hard work. Another neat thing about these cars is that they're balanced so that they tip back upright again. Well, sometimes they need a little help. Okay, all of the cars are empty. I've got to take them to get refilled. Come on, everyone, get back aboard.
One thing about working in the mountains, you're never far from more rocks.
Hi there, Digger.
Oh, 95! Back again?
Yep, I dumped all the rock and gravel. Fill up my cars again.
Move ahead a bit, please. Okay, that's good. Stop! I see you've been hard at work.
It's a constant job to keep the track in good shape. Good thing you've got a big scoop, Digger. One bucket load and the car is almost half filled.
I know! I can really shovel a lot of gravel.
That's what we need on this railroad.
Move forward a bit more, 95.
Okay. What's up, Casey?
You have to clear the track. The passenger train is ready to leave Carcross.
Okie dokie. I've got to go all the way back into town to clear the track for the passenger train, kids. Trains aren't like cars on the highway, you know. We can't leave the track. Along here, there is only one track. I have to go all the way back to get onto a siding so the passenger train can pass me. Sometimes it's not very convenient. I should be busy dumping this rock and gravel, but I have to get out of the way. Oh well, it's all part of a day's work for me. Right now, it looks like the caboose is pulling the train, doesn't it? But actually, I'm here in the back, pushing. This morning, it was the other way around. Why's that? Well, it's because I can't turn around on the track. That's the life of a railroad engine. Pushing, pulling, it's all the same to us. Here we are back at Carcross again. I'll get across the bridge and onto the siding. Howdy, 97. Just as soon as I get off the track, you can be on your way.
Okay, 95. Thanks a lot.
Wait for me! Wait for me! Let me get out of the way, too!
Don't worry, Casey. We'll wait for you. We need you to inspect the line later on.
That's my job.
As soon as the conductor throws the switch, I can get on the main line. How's the track maintenance going, 95?
It's coming along fine, thanks.
First, I have to stop at the station to pick up my passengers. See? I've got the vintage passenger cars too. They sure are elegant, and the passengers seem to like them. Maybe it makes them dream they are back in the gold rush. This train for Skagway, folks! All aboard for Skagway! I'll meet the train coming up the mountain at a place the trains can pass each other, so I can get by. Is that the last of the passengers? Okay, all aboard! The other train coming up the mountain has 3 engines, but I can pull this one all by myself. That's because I'm not climbing all the way up the mountain and over the pass. It takes a lot of power to make that climb. I'm going downhill. I don't need powerful engines, but my brakes are very important. I wouldn't want this train to run away. I can chug along at a pretty good pace here, though. It's nice and flat along by this lake. You know, a train is a great way to travel. You should try it. I should be meeting up with Engine 90, who's coming up the mountain soon. I sure hope he isn't late.
This is a steep part of the climb, and it takes all of our strength. We're getting close to the top of the pass. It's always snowy and misty up here, even in the summer. It's a big climb, but we can do it, right guys?
We'll do it!
This mountain can't beat us!
I've got to watch in case anything is on the track. We're keeping to our schedule. See that old steel bridge that goes over Dead Horse Gulch? Back 100 years ago, it was the tallest cantilever bridge in the world. We don't use it anymore, though. Now we go through a tunnel that was blasted right through the mountain. Don't you love going through tunnels? I do. The snow is right up to the railway track now. We're getting near the top, kids. To the top of White Pass. Those flags mark the border between the United States and Canada. Way to go, guys!
It took all of us!
The 3 engines that could.
You know, gang, it takes a lot of work to keep trains like us rolling, plowing the snow off the tracks in the winter and grooming the track beds in the spring. The work trains are just as important as the passenger trains.
Busy, busy, busy. Life on the railroad is busy. Now, where was I working on the ballast? Here we are, excavator. Let's get this job finished.
No problem. I'll just roll ahead a bit. Good. I ride along on this flatbed car anywhere 95 needs me to work on the tracks. My job is to smooth out the ballast and pack it down. I have to work from this flatbed car because there's no room for me alongside the tracks. And I couldn't even get out of the way if a train came by. But you know, working on the railroad is all about teamwork. Roll it ahead a little more, will ya?
Righto! Ahead slow!
We machines have to work together to make sure the track is in good shape, so the trains can run on time and the passengers will be safe and happy. I'll get this job finished quickly because the passenger train is going to be here soon and Engine 95 will have to clear the track again. Nearly done now.
Next time you see me, I might be pulling that passenger train, and you could come and have a ride with me.
That would be so nice. We would love to take you on a trip on the mountain train. So long from all of us.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Now, where am I going to put this load? Oh, hi, kids! Welcome to the wrecking yard! I'm going to set it right here. Do you kids know what I'm carrying? Squashed cars! Yep, they're cars squashed flat as a pancake. All of these cars are waiting to be scrapped. Some don't look too bad, do they? But I guess their engines gave out, or they got into an accident and it was time for the wrecking yard. There's the car crusher. I call him Big Mouth because, well, look at the size of his chopper.
Hi there, Forks. Just a moment. I've got to flatten these cars. There, that'll do it.
I guess I didn't introduce myself, did I? They call me Forks because that's what I use to carry all these crushed cars. A machine has to be strong to work in a wrecking yard. I'm carrying 3 cars in this load. That's nothing for a guy like me. Here comes some more.
I come to this wrecking yard all the time. There seems to be no end to wrecked cars that we have to get off the streets. Those cars look pretty good, but they're ready for the wrecking yard now. I'm sort of like a tow truck and a car hauler put together. See how that long bar slides out? Then I can set the car down nice and easy. Oh, not that I have to be careful, mind you. This car's nothing but scrap now.
You trucks are always in a hurry to get back out on the road.
You know how it is. There are always more wrecked cars that need to be picked up.
Hey, this one's as light as a feather. Come on there, you old jalopy. You're about to lose some of your vital parts.
See you later, Forks.
Bye for now. You know, when a car comes to the wrecking yard, it is not really the end of it. Wrecking yards like this one are recycling places. We've been recycling cars for a long time. Everything that is worth saving is used again. And all the metal gets reused as well. In fact, I bet your family car has steel in it reclaimed from other cars. Okay, I'm gonna set you down here. Now I'll zip around to the other side. Up you come again. I have to set the car down on these blocks so it can be worked on. There. Good. Now it is easy for the mechanics to work underneath. They let the air out of the tires and take out the battery. That is the oil from the engine. And that's transmission oil. It's a little reddish in color. They refine all that oil and reuse it. Now the nuts come off the wheels. That pneumatic air wrench is really handy for taking off the bolts. With the right tools, it doesn't take long, and I love the sound it makes. The rubber in the tires can be recycled and used again. Everything that can be reused is taken out of the car. Watch out! That's the gas tank that he is taking off. They drained out the fuel already, so it won't be a fire hazard. Jalopy is cutting off the exhaust system with a torch. You can cut metal with a saw, but it's a lot easier to do it with a torch that burns right through it. This thing has valuable metals in it that are worth salvaging. They're finished stripping this old jalopy. Boy, it's really light now. I'm taking this guy over to Big Mouth. We get all kinds of vehicles here. Cars, vans, trucks, and every color under the sun. Some of these cars still have useful parts like doors or an engine that someone might want. But most are just waiting for their turn with Big Mouth, the car crusher. I stacked them one on top of the other to make more space. Pretty good job if I say so myself. I have lots of work in the scrapyard, but it's fun. I wouldn't want to work any other place. You're going to see some real action now, kids. This burgundy one is first.
That looks like a nice tasting car, Forks.
You don't eat them, Big Mouth. You're just a crusher.
I was just kidding. I know my job.
I've got to poke it in here a little. Oh, whoops! There goes a window. I just have to tuck the car in with my forks. That helps it fold up smaller.
Let me at him, let me at him. Yum, yum, yum.
It's all yours.
Now that's what I call squashed.
You sure are a good crusher, Big Mouth.
I'm the best. Those are my hydraulics, kids. They do most of the work. And there's the final product. One squashed car. It doesn't even look like a car anymore. That's a lovely sight for a crusher like me.
Next, it's the white car. Just sit there, and I poke it to keep the car in position. Big Mouth has to be really strong to crush a car like that.
Strong, that's for sure. No one around here can crush cars like me.
I really like this bluish turquoise car. Nice color.
No time for that. In she goes.
Think of how this car is going to be transformed into something completely new.
To make them really flat, I have to push down on this side. Then the other.
Room for one more there, Big Mouth?
Stack them up. The more the better. I like to crunch them. That's a remote control that my operator uses to control me. Amazing! A big machine like me, controlled by that little box. Crush 'em flat, squish 'em flat, really flat. That's what I like to do. Mmm. 4 flattened cars. They can't get more squished than that. Take 'em away, Forks. Hurry back, Forks. We have a lot more cars to crush today. I'm still hungry.
Give me a moment. I think one of the trucks is coming. It will need to be loaded.
All right. See you in a while.
Big Mouth will have to be patient. I am the only one in the yard who can load him with cars. Crushing the cars makes them easier to transport to the scrapyard. Now, where is that truck?
Oh, hi, kids. I just arrived to pick up a load. Forks was supposed to meet me here. This is a good spot. It will give enough room for Forks to move around when he's loading. Have you ever seen the trailer of a truck open on the side like that? That's a special trick of mine. It makes the loading a lot easier and faster.
Looking for me?
I knew you would be around. Fill me up with some squashed cars, please.
Here's the first batch.
Could you go a little faster? I want to take this load to the shredder today.
How's this?
Are they all going to fit?
No problem. Big Mouth and I made sure of it. There you go. 24 cars, lickety-split. And you're loaded in a flash.
Thanks, Forks.
See you next time.
Forks sure is an efficient guy. Now it's off to the car shredder. Let's go.
Hi there, kids. You've come to the right place if you want to see what happens to crushed cars. This is a shredding plant. I don't like to brag, but did you see me carry that huge bundle of crushed cars? They weigh a ton. More than a ton. These other guys are the grapplers. Boy, are they cool.
How are you doing, Loader?
Whoa, I'm unloading crushed cars from this truck. We're always organizing the yard, getting them ready to go on Shredder's conveyor belt.
Whoa! See my grapple? Grapplers like me can pick up anything with that. And we're strong, too. That was a flattened car I was just swinging through the air. I'll just put it here with the others. That Shredder over there. He doesn't look like much from here, but he is an amazing machine. Whoa. Now it's my turn to load the conveyor. Here, I'll show you. The conveyor belt is taking the scrap to be torn apart by Shredder. That crushed car is a feast for him. Darn! The load slipped through my grapple. It's your turn for the Shredder.
You got the best view up here, kids. The remains of that squashed blue car are getting torn apart by my hammers and cutters and shredders. And what do you think comes out the other side? Just little bits and pieces of metal and plastic.
This yard is filled with scrap metal. Lots of the stuff. What we do is recycle it, so the metal can be made into other products. My job is to put the scrap metal onto the conveyor belt. You know what the best part is? I can be messy and no one cares! It's great! Watch this! Boy, what a load!
I bring the scrap to the grapplers so they can move it closer to the conveyor belt. Back and forth all day long. Wow, that's a big load even for me. I'm gonna dump it here with the rest of these wrecked cars. Here you go, grappler.
Ah, thanks, pal. We work as a team around here.
And I do the shredding. The scrap comes to the top of the first conveyor belt, falls down, and goes right into my shredding wheel. Do you see it down there? It's tearing the metal apart. This is my command center, and that's my operator. He's too busy to talk, but he operates all my parts with all those levers. The television monitors show what's happening in every stage of the process. If anything goes wrong, he can shut me down in a moment. Let me take a break for a minute, and that will give you a chance to see my insides where all the shredding happens. That big steel wheel with all the parts sticking out does most of the work. It's covered in giant hammers that whiz around and bash everything to bits. And those two big rollers with the huge teeth on them help to grind things up and force them into the hammers. Cover's closing. Back to work. Watch me chew up this old car. Next, please. And this is what comes out the other side after my hammers are done with it. But how do I sort out the metal? Good question. Well, I have a magnet that attracts the metal, and the rest of the stuff, glass, rubber, plastic, fabric, wires, and foam, just falls off onto my other conveyor belts. It all gets taken over here to be separated and stored. It's a lot easier to pick out the metals we want to save when the pieces are nice and small. That's why I shred them up. My conveyor belt takes away all of the metal that's been separated. There it goes. Conveyor belts are great things, don't you think? If I didn't have them, then this stuff would be all over the place. But with conveyors, I can take the scrap metal to the exact place that I want. I have a whole system of conveyor belts, and I can take the shredded material anywhere in the plant. And here it is, dumped into this big holding yard, ready to be picked up and recycled into other products. And I even have a way of moving the end of the conveyor belt so that the scrap metal ends up in lots of piles. I think of everything. Here's Scooper. Hey, tell the kids what's gonna happen to the metal that I've recovered, Scooper.
It's going to the furnace to be melted down into molten steel and then made into other products. Here's the truck that is going to take the shredded metal to the furnace.
Where do you want me to park, Scooper?
There's a clear spot over there where your tires will be safe.
Okay.
Look at all the scrap metal that Shredder produces. Every day I fill up truckloads of the stuff, and then they haul it off to the furnace where it will be melted down into steel again.
Can you reach me here?
Just fine. A big truck like this can take tons of shredded metal with every load.
Fill me up to the top, Scooper.
You'll be bulging by the time I'm finished. Get a good look at my tires? They are made of solid rubber. If I had regular tires, a piece of metal could puncture them. These tires will never go flat.
I'm filled to the brim. So long, Scooper. He's gone off to load another truck. Bye now, kids. I'm off to the steel mill with this load of shredded metal. Bye.
I guess you're on your way, kids. You can barely see me through the steam. It takes a lot of sweat to be a shredder. Bye.
Hey, kids! I hope you enjoyed your visit to the scrapyard.
What a load! Think of all the new products these old cars are gonna make. Thanks for visiting us. So long.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why. They're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. There, mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. There, mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. There, mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why. They're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. There, mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. There, mighty machines.
Howdy, everyone. Today is a great day to come visiting. I'm Excavator, and nothing makes me happier than a great big digging job. See that long pipe? It's going to be buried underground, and that's why I'm digging this long trench. I've got a lot of digging to do because it's going to be a long pipeline. It's real easy digging in this spot. Nothing but sandy clay. Well, sometimes I hit big rocks, but I just fish them out. I've already done plenty of digging on this job, and I'm not finished yet. There's still lots of sections of pipe to go into the ground. By the time all the pieces of pipe are attached together in a line and laid into the ground, it's going to be 463 kilometers long. Now that's some pipeline. Sometimes it goes a long way in a straight line, and sometimes it has a crazy zigzag bend in it. It stretches a long way across the countryside, under the roads and through farmers' fields. But since it's hidden underground, you wouldn't even know it's there. What do you think will go through these pipes? Well, the pipelines run from the oil fields, where oil comes out of the ground, to a big refinery where it gets processed. At the refinery, the oil gets made into all sorts of things, like the fuels that make cars go and lubricants for big machines like me. Airplane fuel, heating oil, even plastic comes from thick, gooey oil. The best way to get the oil to a refinery is through a pipeline. But to make a pipeline, all these pieces of pipe have to be joined together. The welding crew does that. This job is really interesting to watch.
Out of the way, coming through. I've got to move this section of pipe. It's going to be the next one to get welded on. You're just in time to see how they do it. It's pretty neat. Before it can be welded, each end of the pipe is heated up by that big blowtorch. That makes it easier for the welders to join the pieces together. Now this is how the two pieces of pipe get lined up.
That crazy-looking gizmo has a little air motor that drives it through the pipe. It's called the internal line-up clamp. The clamp holds the two pipe sections together in exactly the right position so they can be welded. See? Nice and straight. Here's my pal Dozer with the welding machines. Hi there!
Let's keep moving. There are lots of pieces of pipe to weld in this section.
I'll get the next piece.
Okay. Another blast from the blowtorch heats up the joint and burns off any water before we start the arc welding. Now, there's one thing I've got to warn you about, kids. Never look at a welder's spark. Very important. It could damage your eyes. See how the welder always wears his mask and the others all wear dark goggles? You can watch welding on television, but in real life, the light is so bright it would damage your eyes. Those big gray things standing up on the deck behind me are the generators. Arc welding uses a lot of electric power, and those generators produce the electricity. It's a kind of welding that uses electric sparks. Imagine that! It's like holding lightning in your hand. That thing setting off the sparks is called a rod. The electric current from the generators is so high that the very end of the rod melts. The melted metal flows into the small gap between the two ends of the pipes. Then it cools, gets hard, and holds the two pieces together. Now the pipe is all one piece. Here we go to join the next piece. I just roll along as we make it longer and longer. Actually, each weld is done 4 times to build up the thickness. Now the grinders can get to work. See the sparks fly? That grinder is smoothing down the weld with a grinding wheel. Smooth and strong. That's what we need. There are 3 more teams of welders that follow along behind us. Each one makes the joint thicker and stronger. Oh, there's one part of welding that I forgot to tell you about: inspections. And this is the chief robot inspector right here. He's sort of a robot, X-ray machine, and skateboard all rolled into one. How are things, Inspector?
I'll tell you after I look inside this pipe.
How do you work, anyway?
I take X-ray pictures of every welded seam in the pipeline to make sure they're perfect. Boy, it sure is dark in here. On the outside of the weld is a band of photographic material. That's where the X-ray pictures show up. I travel through the pipe with the help of a little beacon that tells me where I am. Hear the beep? He's calling me. I'm coming. I'm coming. Found you. Now I'll take the picture. Click. Okay, I've inspected this pipeline over and over again, and I can't find any problems. So it's ready to be put in the ground. This is something you've got to watch.
Hi, everyone. Come to see our little parade? It takes 3 of us to move the pipe closer to the trench. Are you okay up there in the lead?
Moving along fine. Don't get too far apart.
Not to worry. The pipe is good and strong.
Look at that pipe wobble. You'd think it was made out of rubber, not steel.
We carry a lot of weight when our boom arms lift the steel pipe. So we need counterweights on our opposite side for balance. That big yellow block is the counterweight.
Our lifting slings are specialized too. They're covered in lots of rubber wheels, so they just roll along as we move down the pipe.
The pipe has been sitting on stacks of wood ever since the sections were welded together. Now we have to shift it closer to the trench before we lower it in. Get the wood out of the way. I'm off the pipe, guys.
Aw, is the parade over?
Not yet.
The big claw excavator has to do a final check of the trench, and then we can lay this pipe. Back to the beginning, everyone.
This won't take me long. I have a terrific device for grabbing stuff. Well, I only grab dirt and rocks. I'm sort of the cleanup machine. My job is to pull out any rocks in the bottom of the trench that might damage the pipeline. Gotcha! Out you go!
Oh, hello again. We're about to start lowering the pipe into my trench. I love this part. The ends always overlap a bit, then they weld them together later. I'm just holding up the free end of this section while the dozers get ready to lower it in. Ready, gang?
Okay, everyone, here we go. Let's roll ahead. We like to work on the pipeline in long sections, and that makes it really heavy. We need 4 dozers with our special side booms to do this job. How's it going back there, pal? Are you able to get it into the center of the trench?
Oh, yeah. Easy does it. See that? The pipe goes in as simple as pie. Now the pipe will be nice and safe underground. That's the whole point, you know. Burying the pipe in a trench protects it from damage.
How's everybody doing? Okay?
Yep, so far so good.
This is great! We're making good time today.
Just keep on rolling.
Look at that pipe bend. Isn't it surprising that it can be so flexible? It's like a wet noodle. Each of us moves the pipe over a little bit more until it goes in. We don't want the pipe to bend too much. Shift those timbers out of the way, please. Thanks, fellas.
This section of pipe is nearly 1 kilometer long. That's a lot of pipe. No wonder it's so heavy.
Here we are at the end at last. Okay, I'm clear of the pipe.
I'm off too.
Let's get out of the way and let the expert finish the job.
I'll rest the end of the pipe on the wooden block.
Good job, dozers. Let's head back to the other end. Excavator needs our help.
Here's the answer to this little problem. The curve in the pipe is not quite lining up with the trench. I have to carefully shave off a bit of this side of the trench to make it fit. Oh, good. Here are the dozers back already. I could use some help. If you could pick up the pipe, then I can get my scoop down there and get this job done in no time.
Sure.
Glad to help.
Once I take off some of this corner, then the pipe should fit. Okay, finished.
All together now. Down she goes.
Great, it fits. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Well, digging a trench in dirt is pretty easy, but I know someone that digs in water. Just follow the pipeline down to the river. That's where you'll find my pal Skagit.
See that tall thing standing straight up in the air? That's me. I'm a Skagit. I know it's a funny name, Skagit. I'm a pretty complicated machine. Wheels and cables and pulleys and stuff. And I'm a machine especially designed to get pipelines across rivers. Do you know what my job is? Digging a trench for the pipeline at the bottom of the river. That's my bucket. It does the digging. Fierce looking teeth, eh? It runs back and forth on all my cables. I tow it out over the water, and then splash! But this is only one part of me. The other part is on the opposite side of the river. It acts like an anchor. My cables go all the way across the river to my anchor and then back to me. By winching my cables in, I can drag it back towards me on shore. Here it comes. It's filled with water and muck from the bottom of the river. I love making mud pies. Those teeth you saw in my bucket are what digs the trench in the riverbed. And then the bucket pulls out the muck. It's so sloppy, I just dump it onto the riverbank, where my excavator buddy scoops it out after it has drained a bit.
This is such a sloppy job. Sorry about the mess, dump truck.
Can't put much of that stuff into my cargo box. It just runs out the end.
Yeah, this job is gonna take a while.
My bucket is pretty big because the trench has to be big enough to take the biggest pipes in this pipeline, 1 meter wide. Once I get this trench finished and the pipeline is laid in the middle, the whole thing will be covered in and no one will ever know it's there. Wow, that's more like a claw than a bucket. It just tears through the river bottom. Splash!
Back it up. Little more. Hold her. There you go, dump truck. One of Skagit's mud pies, especially for you.
Oh, yum.
Oh, come on.
I've been covered in dirt since I started this job.
Well, you're a dump truck, not a limousine.
But I'm such a pretty color when I'm clean.
Here's some more lovely glop.
Oh, my poor cargo box.
It's just water. Most of it will leak out before you get to the top of the hill.
This job is going to take a while to complete.
Is the pipeline prepared to be put into the water?
Cement trucks have been arriving all week, so I guess it's almost ready. How's it coming along, cement mixer?
Pretty well, thanks. This pipe sure is a big one. It has to have a concrete casing around it to make sure it doesn't float up in the river. It's funny to think that a steel pipe would float, but it can happen. That wire mesh reinforces the concrete. It adds strength to it. And the metal sleeve goes all around it to hold the concrete in. Once it's weighted down with concrete, it can't float. This is a pretty easy job for a cement mixer like me. I just drive here beside the pipe and my long trough lets the concrete flow down into the casing around the pipe. The whole pipe doesn't get covered with concrete because it needs to be able to flex a bit. I'm moving ahead slowly. Scrape that concrete inside. We don't want to lose any of that stuff. Most of the segments are already done. Just a few more to go. Okay, guys, I'm out of concrete. I'd better get back to pick up some more. I'll be back in a while.
This big pipe is just waiting for me to finish, and then it will be able to be laid down in my river trench. Then they'll join up the ends with these pieces that are already in place. I'd better get working. Splash!
Well, kids, all that's left for us to do is fill in the trench. That won't take long for big machines like us. Let's get to it, bulldozer. I always like this part of the job. Once we've filled in the trench and buried the pipeline, it won't be long before the farmer can start planting the crops again.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to finish a job.
Wowee! Ha 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 ha! This is fun!
In you go, Dirt. Back into the trench.
And I'll pack it down with my tracks.
Hi, friends! Can I join the fun? My big blade can level out the ground nice and flat.
Sure, we can use a machine that's good at smoothing. The idea is to get this piece of ground back to what it was like before we dug it up in the first place.
As soon as we've finished packing down and smoothing out the subsoil, we can cover it all up with topsoil. The farmers will be able to plant their crops and let the grass grow as if nothing had happened. And that will make the cows happy. No one would know that a pipeline is buried down there and moving oil to the refinery.
Well, kids, hope you had a good time here with the pipeline crew. Bye-bye.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
This is the steel mill, kids. One of the biggest type of industrial plants in the world. And this is what gets made here. Slabs of steel. Look at this one. It's red hot. This slab is heading out to the yard to cool off outside. Look at them all, just like a stack of pancakes. Except that they're rectangular and made of metal. But this is where I come in. I'm a slab hauler, and my job is to move all those slabs around. And they're not only hot, they're really heavy. I'm a funny-looking machine, don't you think? You've probably never seen a machine like me before, because I'm too heavy for the regular road. I just work inside the steel yard. I'll show you how strong I am. Watch me pick up some slabs right now. I drive right over top and straddle the slabs. That way I can distribute the weight over my entire body. My cab is way up here so I can see. Those are my hydraulic pincers. I've got 4 of them. They expand at the top so I can pinch the bottom of the slabs. And look at that. I can lift up the whole stack of slabs just by pinching the bottom one. What a pinch! Not only can I pick up the slabs, but I can move with them. I need 6 big wheels to carry the weight. See my tires bulge? That is from the weight of all the steel I'm carrying. You're going to see lots of exciting things here in the steel mill, kids. I'll be your guide. I know everyone here in the mill, and I know all about how they make steel. First, let's go and meet Dozer. He works on the huge piles of coal.
So, kids, any idea what this stuff is that I'm pushing around? It's not dirt. It's ground up coal. That's right, coal. It's messy and smelly, and I just love to push it around all day. My caterpillar tracks help me dig right in. I made this big pile. My job is to keep grooming the pile as all the coal gets used up. Oh, and on the back I also have my big rippers. They're great for digging in deep and breaking up the lumps so I can push it more easily. I work here every day with my partner, Scraper. There he is on top of the coal pile. I push up the coal so it's easy for him to scrape up. Hey, Scraper, can you spare a minute to explain what you're doing?
Sure. Boy, Dozer sure has made the hill high this time. Great view from up here at the top. I've put my blade down, and I'm scooping up the coal and storing it in my big holding bin. I can hold a lot. One scoop, and I've got a belly full.
Scraper and I work as a team, don't we, Scraper?
Yep. You push, and I scrape. See you later. This is where I drop off my load. Look at the coal pour out of my bin. And where's it going? Down through a grate to a conveyor belt underground. Sometimes I have to mash the coal dust down with my belly, or squash it down with my big tires. Get down there. That'll do it. This coal is going to be turned into coke. Oh, no, not the coke you drink, but a special type of fuel for the blast furnace. Maybe Slab Hauler can take you over to the coke ovens. They're in this big building behind me. Now I've got to head back for another load.
Yoo-hoo, kids! Here I am down here on the road. I'm going to take you over to one of the coke ovens. See those piles that look like rocks? That's the finished coke. And these are the coke ovens. We use a lot of coal at the steel mill, but first we have to cook it so it will burn much hotter in the blast furnace. We do that in the coke oven. That's Pusher. He'll explain.
They call me Pusher, kids, because that's my job. Just give me a second. Once I open the oven door, I can't stop to visit. I've got to get that stuff out of there. See how hot it is? The coal goes into all these tall, skinny ovens from the top, and then it's heated to about 2,000 degrees centigrade. That's a lot hotter than your oven at home. My special arm pushes all the way through the oven, and the coke falls into a quench car on the opposite side. Woo-hoo! Man, that's hot!
Okay, Pusher, that's all of it.
All right, Quencher. Kids, that's Quencher. He's the locomotive that is catching the coke in that open railway car.
The coke is so hot coming out of the ovens that it's on fire. My job? I put the fire out. I push the rail car filled with the hot coke down this railway track to the quenching tower. That's the tower down there. Water pours down from the quenching tower and... See that? Whoosh! That's steam. It sure is hot. But the water puts out the fire and cools down the coke. I like to call the quench tower my little cloud-making machine. Once the fire is out, I just roll back again and let the coke cool down. When they cool down, the lumps of coke go to get sorted into different sizes. Then it's ready to go into the blast furnace. And there's the blast furnace. It's huge, 20 stories high. And look at all those pipes and things.
I'm not allowed near the blast furnace. I'm too big. And it's too scary in there for me. Perhaps my pal here can tell us what goes on inside. Hi, buddy.
Hi, what are you up to?
Do you know what happens inside the blast furnace?
I heard about it once. It's sort of like baking a cake or cookies, isn't it? You choose the proper ingredients, mix them up together, and cook it.
Well, okay. What sort of ingredients?
The main ingredient is the iron ore that arrives by ship in the form of iron pellets. It gets unloaded by that big crane called an ore bridge.
That's a big machine. The bucket runs on a rail up above. A lot of cranes in the steel mill operate like that. Wouldn't you like to have one of those in your sandbox?
Inside here is the blast furnace. Those iron ore pellets and the coke get mixed up with some limestone rocks and fed in at the top of the furnace. The mixture cooks up really hot until the rocks and metals start to melt and then turn to liquid. It comes out as molten red-hot iron, pouring out from the bottom of the blast furnace. They collect it all in the torpedo cars.
Make way, make way! I'm moving molten iron. Torpedo cars coming through. Hot stuff. I've got to think about safety, Slab Hauler. You have to when hot metal is around.
How come the torpedo cars don't melt with all that hot stuff inside them?
They're lined with special fire bricks, just like a fireplace chimney.
Oh, that's clever. Where are you taking them?
I'm going to the steel-making mill.
He's heading over to steel-making, buddy.
Let's follow him.
Great idea. Let's go.
This big green building is the steelmaking mill. There are really cool machines in the steelmaking mill.
That's funny. It's so hot in there.
Come on, come on.
I'm coming. Boing, 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 boing. Well, locomotive beat us here. The torpedo car is already pouring the molten iron into the big ladle. The torpedo car simply rotates to pour out the iron. The worker is checking the ingredients in this iron. To make your cake or cookies, you have to put in exactly the right ingredients. Well, it's the same thing to make the kind of steel that you want. There, finally the torpedo car is empty. We're almost ready to make steel! Wow, that ladle's hot! Don't get close!
Okay, we've got our molten iron ready, but there's one more important ingredient in our recipe. Scrap steel. Ever wonder what happens to old cars and engines and all the other bits of metal that's not wanted anymore? A lot of it ends up in scrap, like the stuff in this yard, and it gets added to the molten iron. Steel mills have been recycling for ages. See that huge crane? We call her Electro because she operates an electromagnet. I love watching her work.
An electromagnet is pretty handy because I can pick up anything that has steel in it. These are a couple of scrapped cars, but we get all sorts of good stuff here. Let's see what these trucks have brought me. When I send electricity into the big round piece there, it turns it into a powerful magnet. When the electricity is cut off, it isn't a magnet anymore. Watch this. Up you come. This is sheet steel that came from a factory. In this scrapyard, there are different types of metal. I know where every type is stored. So when they are making new steel, they tell me what type of scrap they need, and I give it to them. It all depends on the recipe. A little of this, a little of that, in just the right amount to get the type of new steel that they want to make. See that? I just cut off the electricity and the metal fell into the scrap bucket. Hey, that steel's shredded so fine it looks like hair. In you go too. Well, this scrap bucket's ready. The scrap bucket train will take it directly into the steelmaking mill. It's a train operated by remote control using a joystick. It has to be turned around on this turntable so that the bucket gets in the right position to be picked up. Look up, way up, and find the crane that does that job. Are you ready, Bucket Crane?
Here I come. I move only as fast as necessary when I'm picking up a big scrap bucket like that. My giant hook slipped right under those knobs. Then another hook catches on the back of the bucket. That's it. Nothing to it. If you think that Electro is strong, I can lift 10 times or more than her. Not that I'm bragging.
Hold on there a minute, Bucket Crane. I've got to get the ladle out of the way.
Sorry, that's Ladle Crane. He is carrying the big ladle of molten iron. I have to wait until he gets out of the way before I can move over to the furnace.
The two of us have to work together because we run on the same set of tracks. Okay, all clear.
Thanks. That's the furnace where I'm going to empty the scrap bucket. I just slide into position here and use the hook at the back to tip it up. The scrap is sliding out into the furnace. Little more. There's my operator. He's done this lots of times. Good. The bucket is empty. Now I'm going to get out of the way so that ladle crane can come in and empty the iron into the furnace. Okay, your turn, ladle crane.
Thanks, bucket crane. That's my operator. He sits way up high too and works my controls. He knows all of my moves. Moving into position. I only connect the smaller hook at the back when I'm ready to pour. That's for safety. Oh boy, are you kids ready for a show? Check this out. Woohoo! Look at the sparks fly like fireworks. This is the furnace where everything comes together to make the steel. There are all the right ingredients for making the cake. Molten iron and scrap metal in just the right amounts to make the type of steel that the customer wants. Everything is going to melt together and cook. There, I finished the pour. Steel is a lot harder and stronger than iron, kids. That's why it is used for so many different products. I'm just going to back away and bring the ladle upright. Boy, those fire bricks are still red hot inside the ladle. See all those cables on my hook block, kids? Well, that's what makes me so strong. I can lift 450 tons, and all the weight is carried by the cables. Awesome.
It sure is impressive how all the elements are put together and cooked to make steel. But let's zip around to the other side of the mill, and you can see how the steel comes out. Duck your head. Now you're on the other side of the furnace. And that's an empty ladle being pushed into position under the tapping hole in the bottom. The furnace rotates and pours out the molten steel that's been cooking inside it. Look at it all flowing into the ladle. Now we've got steel. Look at the shower of sparks. Wow! Don't panic, everything's under control, it's just the heat. There, the ladle's full. Moving it slowly prevents splashing. Of course, there are no people around the ladles of molten iron and steel. It is way too hot and dangerous for them. Only machines can do a job like this. And right on time, here comes the steel crane.
I've come to get that ladle of steel. Yup, that's my job. They call me Steel Crane, because I move around all the ladles of steel in this part of the mill. It's important work. My hooks are going to just grab on there. Here she comes. They always sound a siren when something big and hot is being moved in the mill. Can't be too careful, you know? And now, for my next magic trick, I will turn this liquid steel into solid slabs. All in a puff of smoke. Or steam. Magic? No, not really. Actually, I poured the steel into a big mold to give the slabs their shape. All that steam is from the water we need to cool things down and make the steel solid again. These slabs come out in one long continuous piece from the caster, and they're still hot, just like a cake when it's taken out of the oven. Hey, a slab cake! That's a joke! The cutting torches slice off the slab at just the right length. A cutting torch has to be even harder than the steel it is cutting. I wonder what that slab will become. Cars? Trucks? Washing machines? Who knows? Off you go now. Each slab gets its own code number by the robot. That way, Slab Hauler can find each one out in the yard.
Oh, hi, kids. You saw the steel slabs right after they were made in the mill. And here they are, stacked up in the yard, ready to go. Up you come. Soon, these slabs will be converted into all sorts of different products. Automobiles, refrigerators, bicycles, steel beams that hold up buildings, rails for railways, thousands and thousands of different things that we use every day. Steel is one of the most useful products we have, and it all starts right here in the steel mill. I'm just moving these slabs into the rolling mill. That's where we make them into something easier for our customers to use. Those are coils of steel. The slabs have been put through a rolling machine. It works much like a roller for rolling out pie shells. It rolls the steel over and over, back and forth, until the steel is as thin as a slice of bread. Once it's the right thickness, it's coiled up, like those coils in the yard. That's the coil crane over there. I'd introduce you to him, but he looks pretty busy loading the coil transporter.
Hi there, Slab Hauler!
Hey there! Where are you taking the coils?
One of our customers needs some coils right away. Coils are always in demand. I'll talk to you later.
Well, kids, it's just about time to change the shifts and let my driver go home. I'm so tall, I have to let down my ladder so he can climb down. Steel mills never shut down. Did I tell you that? 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're always making steel. So kids, it was nice to show you around. And the next time you drive in a car or open the refrigerator door, think about how it's made from steel in a steel mill just like this one. Bye for now.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Now that's a big machine, kids. What do you think it can be? There's another. Massive big things. These are printing presses, and we print newspapers. And that's me. Notice the C that's painted on my side? That's C for Charlie. You can see the newspaper pages spinning through my rollers. There's 6 of us in here, 6 big presses. And there's the newspaper, all printed, folded neatly, and ready to go. I'll bet you've never seen a machine as big as me. 3 stories high on this floor, plus the floor below where the big rolls of paper are. And I'm nearly as long as a city block. I'm huge! Those big rolls of paper are called newsprint. It goes from down there, winds up, through my rollers, and I print all the words and the pictures on it. I print everything that goes on that paper. Come on and have a closer look. These are some of my rollers. They guide the paper so that the ink gets put on just right. And these are my inking rollers. They put the words and pictures onto the paper. In a big machine like me, every part is important. If one part doesn't work, then the paper won't look right. See that? Now the big sheet of paper has been cut in half and is getting folded. The newspaper that you get at home has a big fold in it, right? Well, this is where I fold it. Not only do I print the pages, I have to organize them and fold them too. All the finished copies come out here. Those are my special conveyor belts that take the finished paper away. The papers are held on by little clamps, holds them nice and tight. Uh-oh, what's happening? I'm slowing down. Oh dear, stop the press! Uh-oh, the paper's torn. That happens from time to time. This will slow us down. I've got to stop until everything's fixed. They have to thread the paper through the rollers. It's very complicated, and it has to be just right or the paper will tear again. Newsprint isn't very strong, but when my rollers keep it snug, I can speed up and slow down without ripping it. I have to depend on my crew to get this set up again. They know where the paper goes. I couldn't do this on my own. Careful, fellas. We don't want the paper to tear again. Well, it's not too bad. They'll have me up and running again in no time. I sure hope so. We have a lot of papers to print. Have a look at the mailing room, kids, while we sort out this little problem.
Hello! Come and have a look at what we're doing in here. This is the mailing room. It's a busy place full of busy machines. We even have robots. The mailing room is where the newspapers get bundled up and sent out to the customers. But before they go, they have to be stuffed with supplements. That's where I come in. I'm stuffer. Those are advertising supplements that have to be stuffed into the newspapers, and I'm the machine to do it. It could be the TV guide, shopping coupons, or special advertisements. I take the newspapers from Charlie, Open up each one like a book and stuff the supplements in. Every newspaper has to have all the supplements, and I don't miss one. Let's see what we've got here. Ah, brochures for the symphony. Very nice. In you go. I'm much faster at this job than a person, so we can fill them all in plenty of time for the big weekend edition. That's why they call me Stuffer. And when they are filled, I send them off to be bundled and shrink-wrapped by my pal Bundler. Just follow the conveyor belt.
Come to watch me bundle up the newspapers, kids? I count them into bundles of a certain number, tie them up, and out they go. There's another, and another. Neat and tidy. It's a lot easier to deliver them to stores and newspaper boxes this way. They zip along my rollers, one after the other. Then, when we get enough bundles to finish the layer, stretch! See that? I've got suction cups on my arm. The suction cups pick up the stiff cardboard and lay it on top of the bundles. And then we can load another layer. Isn't that cool? I just keep building up the pile. Look at all those papers. Thousands of them. The load on the skid is just how many the customer ordered. So that's enough. Away you go. Now, we don't want the papers to get wet or torn or fall over. So I'm going to wrap the whole big bundle of newspapers in plastic. That'll keep them safe. Watch this. Round and round she goes. Nothing can damage those papers by the time I'm finished. There. Now that's what I call a stack of newspapers. Nice and tidy, too. One of the LGVs will be here in a minute to get this bunch. Keep your eyes open for it. Oh, here it comes. Right on time, as usual. It's number 27. 27 is one of our laser-guided vehicles, kids. It's like a robot. It receives instructions by radio signal, and that's how it knows when to come and take the skid of papers away.
I am 27. I have come to get the skid of papers. I can glide my forks right underneath the skid with little lasers. These papers are heavy, but robots are strong.
I haven't seen you much today, 27. What have you been doing?
I have been taking skids to the trucks. That is my job. Lifting heavy skids loaded with newspapers. You would not believe how many papers I have carried.
Where are you taking that one, 27?
Master Control says I am to take it to door number 18.
Okay then. See you later.
Door 18. Door 18. Here we are. This is as far as I can move the skid. My lasers will not operate inside the truck. I must leave it here. Soon this area will be very full, and the trucks will all be loaded up. I better take a break before the presses start printing tomorrow's paper. That will be soon.
Okay, kids. We fixed all the problems and the paper's humming now. You should really have a look at how much paper we use to print our weekend edition. You'll be amazed! A truckload of newsprint just came in. I'll give you a tour. Huge, eh? Those are the rolls of paper we use to run through the presses. They're all wrapped up in brown paper to protect them from damage. But that comes off before they get to the press. Each one weighs 1,000 kilograms. That is heavy. Now they get turned on their side. Then the paper wrapping is cut off. Of course, we do a lot of recycling in here. All the scrap paper gets recycled. And here come the LGVs, the robots. Wait till you see this bunch, kids. Boy, they are so organized.
Oh boy, instructions. We got instructions. Hooray!
8 is getting the next one.
14 will get the next one. 8. No need to hurry. We are organized.
All robots here have special arms for picking up the rolls of paper. Our lasers guide us to just the right spot. This roll weighs a ton. Our job is to bring all the rolls to this big floor close to the presses.
We must make sure there are enough rolls for the Saturday paper. All these rolls, hundreds, just for one weekend paper. It seems like such a lot, but the presses print more than 600,000 newspapers.
Not only are we used to move the rolls to the storage area, we also deliver them right to the presses. See those red laser sensors? They show me where the roll of paper is so that I can pick it up. We have other sensors too that help us navigate in this big room and not bump into things.
This is a busy corner today.
Whoops, traffic jam. Hurry up, number 10.
If anything gets too close to our laser sensors, we automatically have to stop. We do not want any accidents.
Excuse me, coming through.
After you, please, number 9.
Thank you.
Swell guy, that number 9.
The control room computer sends instructions out to the entire robot squad. Whichever robot is available can do the job.
See my big batteries inside me, kids? They power my lifting motors and my computer system, too. They are mighty powerful. I could not get around without them. Aha! Here is where I am supposed to leave this roll. I will just drive in close here and drop it off.
Oh, I think my batteries are low.
Come over here and plug in at the recharging station 17. If your batteries get too low, you can't work properly. And we all need to be ready for tonight's big press run.
Okay.
Don't worry, 17. I'll get the next load.
Thanks, number 3.
Here is an idea, kids. If you want to know how they make a newspaper, go back upstairs to the plate-making room. We will tell them you are coming.
Hi, kids. Come on in. We're going to show you how the words and the pictures get onto the paper, 'cause that's our job.
If it wasn't for us, there wouldn't be anything to print.
See those? They're called plates. No, they're not dinner plates. They're sheets of aluminum. Do you see how it looks like the page out of a newspaper? Exactly. When that plate is put on the press, it will print a page of the newspaper. We're going to show you how we make the plates. There are 4 of us plate-making machines in this room because there are a lot of plates for every edition.
Tell them about the colors.
Okay. If there's color on the page, we have to make 4 plates. 1 for each color. Cyan, magenta, yellow, and black.
On Saturday, I did the comics. That was fun. Lots of colors.
So kids, go around to the back of me there so you can have a peek inside.
Good, good. When the new plates come in, they have a special coating on them and paper to protect them. First, I peel off the paper, and then I get ready to put the image onto the plate. Know what I'm doing? It's like I'm projecting a photograph of the page of the newspaper onto those plates. Now they're coming out. But it still looks like there's nothing on them. You wait. Next, the plates go into my developers section, where the chemicals go to work. Here come the plates. And look! They've got an image on them. What is it? Advertising. Sometimes we get to make images of elephants and lions and people. Ever had your picture in the newspaper?
Tell them what happens next.
Okay, I'm telling them. Now, along they go into the bender. Those plates are thin aluminum, so it's easy for us to fold over the edges. That's important, because that's how it hooks onto the press drums. That one just got its bend.
And then we kick it out onto the pile. I love that wobbly sound they make.
Of course, we all like to do the front page, the one with the biggest and most important story.
That's always the last plate we make, right?
Except for the sports scores, save the best for last. Hey, which page are you doing now?
I don't know yet. Let me see. Oh, the puzzle page. My favorite. Hey, guys, I did the crossword today.
The next step is to load up all the plates onto the drums on the presses. Better get over there, kids. This is when the action gets exciting.
You're just in time, kids. I'm getting ready to do tonight's big press run. See that red thing? They call that a kite. Looks like a kite, doesn't it? But you can't fly that kite. It's special. They attach the kite with tape to the end of the paper, and then it threads the paper through all my rollers. The route's complicated, and it has to be right. Remember, I'm 3 stories high, so the paper goes way up, and then back down again. Round and round. Up it goes and then down, all through my dozens of different rollers. It's all part of the setup before I can run. My crew checks to see that it all goes through correctly. Great job, fellas. Good. The paper's all threaded now, and they're already starting to put on the plates. You saw them making the plates, right? Now you're going to see how I use the plates to print the newspaper. Now these plates go here. Each plate has a code written on it that tells where the plate has to go. That way, the pages go in the right order and the colors are correct too. And these go over here. Oh, and these ones go here too. Did they show you how they had to bend the plate on the top and bottom? Good. That's important. The plates have to be put on my drums. See how they snap into place? That's why the bend in the plate is so important. It guides the plate into exactly the right position on the drum, so all the colors will register properly. Here's how it works. Remember in the plate room how they made 4 sets of plates? Well, 4 sets of ink rollers, one for each color, put the ink onto the separate plates, and then each plate transfers its image onto a rubber blanket roller. That's the part that actually touches the paper and prints the picture. Isn't that clever? There. Snap that plate in place. Good work. Great! The red lights are flashing, kids. That means that all the setup is done and the press is ready to start. I'm getting ready to roll. Tell me when you see the printing appear, kids. Ta-da! This is going to be a good run. I can feel it in my rollers. We've got 3 hours to print 650,000 newspapers. When I first start printing, my crew has to keep an eye on things and make sure that everything looks good. We have to waste a few at first, but they all get recycled, so it's okay. In the control room, they are checking my first copies. If the color is not quite right, they adjust my ink levels. There's a real art to getting it looking just so. All they have to do is press those buttons. There, that should do it. Now I can really crank up the speed. Woo-wee! Look at that paper fly! We might set a record. That would make Charlie pretty happy. Uh-oh, I've got a roll that will run out soon. One of the robots will be getting a signal to bring a new roll any minute now. Yep, here comes 11 with my roll.
11 here. Roll of paper to deliver to Charlie.
Thanks, 11. Put it down nice and easy. It's a good thing they have lots of rolls of paper in the warehouse. I'm going to keep the robot squad busy tonight. I'm glad you guys are here to help. Watch this, kids. They are going to put the roll of paper in place. It has to be done by machines. That paper is far too heavy for anyone to lift. The blue tape on the paper is the beginning of the roll. Those tabs have to be in just the right place, and they'll stick onto the end of the old roll just before it runs out. Now check this out. This is neat. Watch how I change rolls. First, I move the expiring roll out of the way and move the new one into position. Then my cutter arm comes down. The new roll has to spin at the same speed as the old one, otherwise the paper will rip. It's almost ready. Wait for it. Wait. Bingo! Did you see that? The paper was changed from one roll to the other, and I didn't even slow down for a second. I'm about halfway through printing this edition. We only have another hour before it all has to be finished. I'm sending all the papers over to the mailing area to be put on the trucks for delivery. I'll bet they're as busy as bees on that side. So long!
It's full throttle down here, kids. Come on, you papers, spin and dance. We're running out of time. That stack is really big. Thousands of papers in that one. I have to give it a good wrap. Round and round we go. Ready for the robots.
This is my 1 millionth trip tonight. Just kidding, it's not quite a million. Careful putting that skid into the back of the truck. Pack them in. I have another million to bring you. Ha ha ha. As soon as you are loaded up, off you go to deliver the papers. Well, kids, the next time you look at a newspaper, think of all of us mighty machines in the printing plant. Bye for now.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Oh, hi there, kids. I'm just warming up my engine. This is a big day. We're going to be training a new addition to our fleet. You can call me Tow Truck, or TT for short. You know, some think the TT stands for Trucks in Trouble, because a tow truck specializes in helping trucks get out of trouble. But it's not that. TT, the tow truck, that's me. That's Paul, my driver. Every day, he gives me an inspection and checks the equipment. Let's see. Chains, chain tightener, sledgehammer. A tow truck like me has to be ready for anything out on the road, and I have to carry everything I might need with me. Paul likes to keep everything nice and neat. It's easier to find things that way. Those funny-looking forks fit on my tow bar so I can lift trucks. Every vehicle is a little different. That's why I have to have so many different sized fittings. Those curly cables, extra brake lines. I need those when I'm towing something big and heavy. I'm always towing the big and heavy stuff. I'm the one they call when a school bus breaks down or a transport truck needs a lift. I carry stuff to clean up any spills, and I have a full toolbox. I have to be prepared for everything. What's in here? More chains, pulleys, lifting straps. Yep, I've got everything. Now I'm going to show you how my tow bar works. Trucks are big, heavy machines, so a tow truck that lifts trucks has to be especially strong. And this is my part that does the lifting. Down goes my tow bar. And then I can extend it out. It stretches underneath the truck cab, fits onto the front axle, and lifts the front wheels right off the ground. It works by hydraulics. That gives it the strength it needs. Okay, it all looks fine. Now today, Tanker Truck and I have set up a training exercise for our new rookie. We're going to see how much he knows. Come on. And are you ready for the test?
What have you got cooked up for me today, TT?
You'll see.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
Hello, young feller. I'm part of your test. You have to get me out of here and back on my wheels.
But how did you roll over?
A retired tanker truck has a lot of time to dream up a good test for a new tow truck. I found a soft, sandy spot where my wheels sunk down and then over I went. But can you get me out? That's the test.
I think I'm going to need TT's help. This looks like a job for 2 tow trucks.
Good, that's right. Okay, what next?
Well, you park on this side, and I'll set up on the other side in the field.
Sounds like the rookie has a plan, Tanker.
That's one of the first things I learned. You have to have a plan. And it looks like Half Ton is here to help too. That gives me another idea. Don't worry, Mr. Tanker, sir. We'll have you back on your wheels in no time. He's got a special surprise in that trailer of his.
Paul's putting his gloves on. He's ready for action. First, I need to put my feet down on the ground. That gives me good, solid support.
Next, you'll need your boom up.
Up she goes. So far, so good, kid.
Now, I'll do the same with mine. That's it, Jason. Detach the tow bar first.
I wonder what they're up to. I hope it doesn't take too long. I feel peculiar on my side.
Just relax, Tanker Truck. I've learned a lot of things since I started taking lessons. Okay, Jason, you'll need to fetch the canvas lifting straps from my locker. We use canvas because rope or chain would scratch the truck, and we don't want that. Fish it through underneath. And fling it over the top. Perfect.
How exactly is this plan of yours going to work?
Well, I'm on one side of you and TT is on the other. He's going to use his winch cables and pulleys to pull you up from his side. Those cables are amazingly strong. They're a giant tow truck's best friend. There, he's hooked onto a chain attached to your cab. Then the other hook is going onto the canvas strap. Okay, TT, take up the slack.
What? He's gonna pull me up all by himself? That won't work. I'll get to a certain point and then I'll topple over. My undercarriage could be damaged if that happens.
Hold on, Tanker. Give him a chance. All right, Rookie. What's next?
Tanker is going to get a big surprise this time, kids. I'm glad Half-Ton is here to help. He's got the right equipment in his trailer. Oh, this is going to be great. Do you know what that is? That gadget on wheels is a compressor. It runs off a small gasoline engine. That's a good spot for it, Jason. And those are air hoses. You'll never guess what we're going to do.
Have you got something cooked up?
You wanted to see if I had learned anything. Now I'm going to show you. All right, TT. We're about ready to go. First, you pull on your cables. Good. That should be enough. Hold her there, TT. Have you ever had a birthday with balloons? You're going to see some strange balloons now.
Balloons? What are you talking about? Hey, what are those things going underneath me?
This is the surprise I was talking about. Those are super duper airbags.
Well, I'll be. I've never heard of such a thing. How does it work?
You hook up the air hoses to the compressor and to the distributor, then connect them to the airbags. Start up the little engine, and the compressor springs to life. It's a mechanical air pump. Now open the air valves. And voila!
What's happening? What are you doing? I'm being pushed up in the air!
That's right. The airbags are filling up, just like balloons.
Airbags are pushing me upright?
Pretty cool technique, right?
Amazing! But won't they push me until I tip over and crash?
Don't fret. We won't let that happen. I'm pulling you with my winch cables from my side, and the rookie's got control of you from his side. Together, we'll just ease you down gently.
I don't want to crash land.
That's the whole idea. We don't want you to crash either. There you go. Back on your wheels, safe and sound.
You did it! Wow! I feel better already.
Now let's get out of here and back home.
Well, that's all right with me.
You're not fit to go back on the road until you're checked out by a mechanic, Tanker Truck. I'm going to tow you back home.
All right. I never argue with a free ride.
Jason has to put down the feet of your trailer so you can be unhitched.
You're not going to leave it behind, are you?
Relax. Rookie and I know how to look after you. He'll tow your trailer and your cab will come with me. What size forks are you?
Size 4, I think.
Out goes the tow bar. It has to be in just the right position so that the forks fit onto the front axle.
I can feel my front wheels lifting off the ground.
We need chains around your front axle to attach it to the tow bar for safety. Always safety first when you're working with machines.
You guys think of everything.
Now just release the catch that attaches the cab to the tank trailer. And I'm ready to pull away.
I'm being towed. And look, there's my tank trailer left behind, standing on its own 2 feet. Well, and wheels too.
And here I come to pick up the trailer. That's about right. Down with the tow bar. That's a special rig I need to fit onto the trailer hitch. Perfect! It fits right on the hitch.
You know, I have to admit that you sure have learned a lot. I think you passed the test with flying colors.
Up come the feet. I'm ready to go.
Good work, rookie. You've obviously done your homework. You're a full-fledged member of the tow truck fleet now. But, you know, tow trucks do other types of jobs. Float Tow Truck is a real specialist. He's going to show you what he does.
Oh, hello! You're just in time. I got a call to move some heavy equipment out on a job site. That's what they call a float. It's a strange name, because I can tell you, that trailer could never float on water or in the air. I beep for safety reasons when I back up. So if you hear that sound, better watch out. They call me Float Tow Truck because hauling floats is my specialty. That's Ollie, my driver. Those hoses and cables connect my controls to the float. Air pressure for the brakes. Electrical for lights. And hydraulics for raising and lowering. There, done. Now, with the touch of a button, the front end of the float rises off the ground. Isn't that cool? Now, I'm ready to drive. Sure is a huge, long rig, isn't it? A float can carry a lot of weight, so it moves big equipment that would tear up the highway.
At last! I'm going to my first job!
Lucky you. I hope I get a turn soon.
Here comes Float Tow Truck. He's taking me to the site. This is pretty exciting! Yoo-hoo! Over here!
A building site wants the biggest excavator available. And that means you, Big Digger.
Well, gee, I'm honored.
I'll just avoid that big puddle there. I don't want to get all covered in mud.
Off you go then, Big Digger.
It'll be your turn soon, little digger. I already know about getting onto the float truck. That's how I was delivered here last week.
You spot some building sites where they need a little excavator. Could you tell them about me?
Oh, sure. They always need diggers on construction sites.
I'm lowering the float down on the ground. There, that does it. Next, the hoses and electrics have to be unhooked. Now, watch what happens when I pull away. See that? The back section of the float is left on the ground, but I'm still carrying the front part. They call that the gooseneck. I love that name. It looks sort of like a goose's neck, if you've ever seen a goose. By taking off the gooseneck, the excavator can drive right up onto the float.
Looks like some adjustments need to happen before you can drive on.
Well, I'm a pretty wide load. The floor of the float has to be widened, or I would hang over the sides. That could be dangerous. Those planks should be strong enough to hold my weight. That does it. Of course, I operate on tracks, not wheels. When I get working out on the job, I have to plow through muck and mud and guck, and my tracks make it much easier to maneuver around when I dig up a big shovel full of dirt. Getting aboard is not my most graceful action. Just gotta get a grip on the ramp with my tracks. That's it. Little more. I'm up. Teeter. Good. There. Made it. You can see why I need those extensions. My tracks are wider than the floor of the float. Let me get my bucket arm as low as possible. That way, I won't catch a low-hanging telephone wire or hit an underpass.
Okay, Digger. I just have to hook up to the float again, and we're ready to go.
Nice work, tow truck.
Well, this is my specialty, you know. There! The float and the gooseneck are all plugged in again. See that? The front end of the float is rising off the ground. I'm just about ready for the road. You'll have to be chained down first, Digger. I wouldn't want you to shift on the float as I'm driving down the road.
Good thinking.
How does that feel?
That chain tightener really works.
Now, the other side. Almost done now. See how the chains are crossed? Digger won't shift even with the biggest bump on the road now. Attach the flags, Ollie, because I'm carrying an extra wide load.
And I need a little cap over my exhaust pipe. I don't want any dirt flying down inside me when I'm on the highway.
I'm all loaded up, buddy. Are you ready to move now? I'm all set to go, pal. Follow me. I've got the 2 front-end loaders they need at the job site, and you have Big Digger. I'll be right behind you. We have enough equipment to move a lot of dirt. Here we go. Are you comfortable back there?
As comfy as a digger on a float truck could be.
It won't be long before I deliver you to your first job site. How do you feel about that, big guy?
Can't wait! Let me at that dirt!
And I like being on the road, carrying a big load, like Big Digger. Hey, I know a good song for the road.
You mean?
Mighty Machines.
Big and mighty machines. Woo!
So long. Good driving. And if you get into trouble, just call a tow truck. We can handle anything.
Mighty Machines. Big and mighty machines. Working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Lifting and pulling and flying so high. Building a building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high. Building a building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Oh, hi there, kids. So you've come to watch the harvest. So what do you think these are? Apples? No, apples grow on trees. Potatoes? Good guess, but potatoes grow in the dirt. Those are tomatoes. And boy, there sure are a lot of them. Millions of them. Lots and lots of tomatoes. That's the tomato harvester. Say hello to the kids.
Hi! You've come in a beautiful day. The tomatoes are ripe and juicy. This is the perfect time to harvest them, and that's my job. I'm taking in the whole plant, tomato, vine and all, everything but the roots. As I move down the row of plants, my conveyor belt gathers everything in and the stuff moves up, up, up inside me. That's where I separate the tomatoes from the vine, and they come out here. Clever, eh? There are still a few vines, but my helpers will pick them out. Get along there, tomatoes. You're going for a ride. There's Tractor over there. He drives along beside me and catches the tomatoes as they come off the conveyor. How's it going, Tractor?
Good day for harvesting.
Just the way I like it. Sunny, warm, and dry.
Why don't you show the kids your cutting blades?
Good idea. I'm just at the end of a row here. Let me stop for a moment and I'll raise them up. Those round discs are my cutting blades. They spin around and cut the tomato plants off at ground level and leave the roots.
Come along, harvester. Let's keep going. There's a lot of tomatoes to pick.
That's for sure. This is our busiest time of year.
Those fields are loaded with tomatoes. These tomatoes have been growing all summer, and now they are perfect. But they are all ripe at the same time. It's a good thing we have Harvester, or we couldn't pick them fast enough.
We'll be working night and day until we get all of the tomatoes harvested. I'm filling up the trailers in no time. Doesn't that thing look like spokes on a bicycle wheel? It's funny looking, but it's really handy. It tells me how deep my cutting blade should go. There go the tomatoes, vines and all. Look at the little ones bounce. Those metal finger-like things inside the hopper catch the vines and shake loose the tomatoes. That's how I separate the tomatoes from the vines. Right turn, tomatoes! It's important to take out the rotten and smashed tomatoes. I'm spitting out all the vines and leaves. They'll be mixed back into the dirt. That gives good nutrition to the soil. Don't you think I'm a pretty amazing machine? I cut off the plants, take off the vines, sort the tomatoes, and send them up the conveyor to the trailer. And I do it while I'm still moving. Look at them go!
I have to move along at the same speed as the harvester. I always fill up the back of the trailer first. The pile can get so high, the driver can't see. I'm almost filled to the top.
Just a little more.
I'm ready to take your place.
Just a moment. That's all the tomatoes I can take.
Okay, I've stopped. Away you go. Next, please.
Wait until I move into position.
Ready?
Fill me up, harvester. There's a lot of work to do before we're finished this field of tomatoes.
I'm on my way. Bye.
The tractors I work with are terrific.
You know, I really like this job. There's lots of fresh air, and I get to meet a lot of interesting machines. During harvest, we're always busy.
Oh boy, all the trailers are full. Hey guys, I guess it's time somebody sent another load to the tomato factory.
Do you think it's time to head out yet?
Yes. You've got to get moving. We hardly have any empty trailers.
I'm on my way. Why don't you come along, kids? The factory's interesting. Here I am at the tomato factory. The harvest is in full swing. Every road in town is filled with farm equipment. First stop is the weigh scales. Each trailer is weighed. They subtract the weight of my trailer, and then they know the weight of the tomatoes I'm delivering. The farmer gets paid by weight. More than 40,000 pounds! That's a lot of tomatoes. Farmers usually get paid by the weight of the produce they deliver. That's easier than counting every tomato, don't you think? Now I'm off to the Great Tomato Water Tank! Okay, turn on the jets! Time for a shower! That's a trap door in my trailer. They are using the water to flush the tomatoes out of the trailer. The water helps them from getting damaged and keeps the tomatoes moving. But they're not washing the tomatoes. In fact, that water is pretty muddy. It's being recycled over and over again. Look at them pour out! It's a tidal wave! And a waterfall of tomatoes. The tomatoes are starting to get washed now. They are floating down a sort of canal underneath. They'll float along the canal and come up over there. There they are. The tomatoes are being taken up into the factory on that conveyor belt. They're getting a good shower of nice, clean water now. Look at them tumble. It's the Great Tomato Escalator!
This is my third trip today. Boy, it's super busy here.
I'll say, it's never ending. Every farm in the area is delivering their tomatoes at the same time. The entire year's supply of tomatoes comes to the factory in only a few weeks. That's a sea of tomatoes. Away you go. I've got to get back to the farm. There will be lots more waiting for me. Flush out that last pile now. That's a lot of tomatoes. And what do you think they will make? Ketchup, spaghetti sauce, tomato soup, salsa sauce, and lots more. It's all yummy if you ask me. Maybe the next time you have ketchup with your French fries, it will be made from those very tomatoes. Well, kids, I hope you had a good visit with us in the tomato harvest. But there are other harvests you might visit. Bye for now.
Oh, hi there! Welcome to the vineyard! You're in time for the grape harvest. My buddy Clipper and I are getting ready to trim up the grapevines. How you doing, Clipper?
Just let me get a good stretch here. Oh, that feels good. I always like to limber up before I go to work. Those are my clippers that snip off the leaves. The grapes are ripe for harvest. They're luscious and sweet. Beauties. Who wants a haircut? Okay, tractor, I'm ready. Let's get to work.
This looks like a good row.
I'm giving a trim to the grapevines. Short on the sides, please.
The plants are so high, we disappear between these rows. The grapevines are planted just far enough apart so that a tractor my size can drive down between them.
I take off the leaves in the midsection of the plant, not the ones on the top. The top leaves give the plant lots of good sunshine energy. They need that to stay healthy. Well, don't get too close. You'll get covered in leaves. The grapes grow in the middle of the vines. By taking off these leaves, the grapes are exposed to the sunlight. That helps them to ripen and stops the spread of fungus and mildew.
We can clip the leaves in a big vineyard like this in no time flat. And I've never seen Clipper damage any of the grapes.
I was designed that way. My clippers don't reach in as far as the grapes. They just trim off the outer leaves.
This is a great year for growing grapes. The vines are strong and the bunches of grapes are extra juicy. It's just as well that we have a machine like Clipper. We could never trim all these leaves by hand. Clipper, you do a pretty good job.
Aw, gee, you think so?
Sure, don't be so bashful.
Gosh, thanks. But you're great too. I could never do this job myself. I need you to pull me around.
I'm happy to do it. We make a great team. These grapevines were planted 15 or 20 years ago, and they've been producing wonderful grapes for years. If we keep looking after them, they'll produce grapes every harvest for a long time yet. You know, kids, grapes are the largest fruit crop in the world. They make jams and jellies from grapes, and did you know that raisins are dried grapes? There are thousands of different types of grapes. This crop is called muscat. They are used to make blended wine.
There you go, grapes. Now you can see the sunshine.
I think we've given a pretty good haircut to this vineyard, Clipper. We'd better get out of here. The grape harvester wants to start collecting the grapes.
Okay.
Here he comes now. We've cleared the field for you.
Thanks, fellas. Hope I didn't startle you. I guess I'm pretty tall and scary looking. It helps to be big and tall like me, because I have to straddle the whole grapevine, and they're pretty tall themselves. I'm harvesting the grapes, and I've got to bring in the crop from this whole field. I'm one busy guy. Just let me turn around there and... Yep, here comes the tractor.
Are your bins full, grape harvester?
They're bulging. It's a good crop this year.
That's what we like to hear. Okay, tip out your bin.
How's that?
Terrific. That's a lot of grapes.
I'll say, this tipping device on my bin works perfectly. That's it. My bins are empty.
See you later. Now you're going to see my special tipping rig.
Don't spill any of those precious grapes.
I never spill a drop. I'm an expert. Watch me reach way up to pour the grapes into the bins on the truck. Some of the grapes have already been squashed and turned into juice, but that's okay. There, that does it.
I guess you're wondering how I picked the grapes off the vine. Let me finish this row and I'll show you my special wiggly pickin' fingers. There they are. They wiggle back and forth and shake the grapes right off the vine. That's how I do the harvesting. Only a machine like me with wiggly fingers can harvest grapes. I can harvest this whole vineyard in no time flat. I'm a pretty big machine, but I don't have any problem getting around in this vineyard. It's a great view from up here. My driver can relax and steer, and I do all the work. See the grapes hanging on the vine? Now watch. They're gone. My wiggly pickin' fingers got in there and picked them off the vine. I just drive along the vine. The grapes are knocked loose by the wiggly fingers, and the vine goes out the back. There are the grapes. I don't hurt the plants in any way. Sometimes I pull off a few leaves, but that's no problem. I can separate the leaves from the grapes. No grapes here. Got them all. Another row picked clean. My bins are nearly full now, but I guess I can do one last row. We have to pick the grapes just when they are ripe. We only have a short time for the harvest. That's why I'm so useful. I work fast. Yoo-hoo! Tractor! My bins are full.
Here I come.
Up you go! And now for the second. I'd better get back to work. I'll see you later.
So long.
I hope you've got a lot of grapes for me.
Sure do.
Dump them in. I've got to get to the winery.
You have enough room?
Keep it coming. Dump the whole thing. Good. I'm out of here. See you later.
So long. Don't spill anything.
Here we are at the winery. This is where they are going to turn the grapes into wine. I'll park here. I need the help of the chain hoist. My bins are pretty heavy when they are full of grapes. Up you go. Look how easy it is to tip that heavy bin and pour it into the vat. Each one of my bins can hold tons of grapes. Wow, that's a lot of grapes. Some of the grapes have already been crushed into juice, but that's okay. It's the juice the winery wants. The auger is moving the grapes into the winery, and soon they will be crushed and made into delicious wine. Well, kids, thanks for visiting. Oh, but one of your buddies wants to see you.
Next time you sit down for dinner, kids, think of all the machines working in the harvest. Bye!
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building a building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Well, here I am at the job site. Another exciting day in the life of a mobile crane. That's a tall apartment building. Looks to be about 30 stories high, I'd say. A new air conditioning unit has to go on the very top of that building. It's a long reach to the top, and that's why they called for a super crane like me. First thing I do at every job is stretch out my feet. Those long outriggers need to be planted far apart. They give me great stability and let me reach a long way. My feet sit on big pads to spread the weight. That way, they don't sink into the ground, and I don't tip over. Here come the counterweights. Every crane needs to have weights that balance whatever they're lifting. If I didn't have the weights, I would just tip like a seesaw, and that wouldn't be good at all. I've got 72 tons of counterweights today. I can lift up to 250 metric tons. That's very heavy. These counterweights fit together like a huge jigsaw puzzle. I do lots of jobs. I work on construction and build bridges. Lifting things up to the top of buildings like this one is one of my specialties because I'm so tall and have such a long reach. That's why they call me Stretch. That's good. Take off those cables. Now, I need the help of my little buddy. Where is he?
Morning, Stretch.
Oh, good to see you, little brother. Let's get to work.
Okay, just give me a minute to get my feet set out on the ground. Get those pads in place. We better use the wood for that foot on the grass. I don't want to sink down. That should do it. Okay, I'm ready to go. I'm just going to get my boom set up into the air, and then I can lift up your winch. The reason I have to come along in these jobs is to help put Stretch together. He can't do it himself. Stretch needs a whole lot of extra pieces in order to reach the top of a building this high. We're both mobile cranes, so we can drive from job to job. But he can't drive along the street when he's that tall.
So, I need little brother to put me together and take me apart.
This big thing is Stretch's secondary winch. He's got another winch on his main boom,
But he needs this one as well when he makes a long reach. So I picked this heavy winch up off the ground and put it down on top of Stretch's counterweights. Easy now. There. Simple as pie.
Here's Red, right on time with the extra pieces.
Perfect. It will just take a moment for the crew to attach my harness onto your load. I've lifted the load. Move ahead.
I'll be back later, when you need me again.
Okay.
Everything's working like clockwork. The crew knows just what to do. They're getting ready now to attach some fantastic equipment to the end of my boom. The first piece is called the gantry section.
This is a tricky job. I have to fit this section to the very top of Stretch's boom. Slowly. Careful. I need perfect aim to make it line up. Little more. Steady. I did it. Now, I'll hold it steady while you hammer in the pins.
Those thick pins do a great job at holding the gantry section in place. Now, they have to thread my lifting cable through the gantry section.
I'll just move my boom over here to get the next pieces.
No hurry. The crew still needs time to get all my cables prepared. They've got the luffing cables threaded through the secondary winch. They sure are working fast today. Next, we need all the extensions to the boom.
And here I am. Where shall I stop?
Go park beside Little Brother. He'll unload you.
Righto.
So, now you're going to see how I go together, kids. Those cables are attached to the secondary winch that we installed earlier on top of my counterweights. The winch is pulling the cables and unfolding my gantry section. See? All of this assembly is called my luffing jib. That's a sailing ship term that cranes like us have adopted. I need all these pieces when I need to lift things to high places. The only things left to assemble now are the extensions. Ready for that, Little Brother?
I'm way ahead of you. See how the sections are nested inside each other? That's so they all fit on one truck. I'm going to lay out all the different pieces of the luffing jib in the correct order, and then they will assemble them. By the time every section is attached together, the whole thing is 63 meters long. It won't be long before Stretch will be able to reach all the way to the roof, kids. That's the air conditioning unit that we are replacing. Wow, it's a long way down to the ground. Boy, there is a lot of work to do to assemble this luffing jib. It takes real teamwork to put Stretch together. Good thing I'm here to help. Last piece.
Now you can see why there aren't many cranes that can reach as far as my buddy. Over to you, Stretch. You are all assembled now. And up it goes. Wow!
Okay, we're going to see some action. It is a long reach up to the top of that building. The first part is getting my luffing jib up as high as I can go. I am lifting it with my secondary winch. That pulls the whole luffing assembly up into the air. I'm already a lot taller than little brother, and I haven't even reached my final height. Now I've got the luffing assembly in the air, I telescope out my boom extension. I can feel myself getting taller and taller by the minute. Up, up, up she goes. That gives me all of the height I need for a job like this. Boy, it's so high, I get dizzy just looking at it. This is my operator, Graham. We're swiveling around now and positioning the big hook over the roof. I'm in the right spot now to pick up that old air conditioner. My jib reaches well above the top of the building. It's not going to be long now. They're attaching my hook. Here we go. Oh, this is so easy for me. I simply lower the unit down slowly with my winch cable right onto the back of that truck. Keep an eye on the foreman. See those hand signals? He's telling my operator how to control the load. There! Fasten it down, and off it goes. And right on time, here's the new air conditioning unit. My operator has to keep one eye on the hooks and the other on the foreman. He's busy. Swing it over that way. Okay, everyone is getting ready. Time for the big lift. I've got one of my crew stationed on the roof. He has a radio and can talk directly to my operator. I can't see what's going on up there, so he acts as my eyes. Okay, I've hoisted it to the top. Then, I swing it over with my boom. Everyone ready? Graham has the right touch on the controls. A job like this takes patience. If I move too fast, there could be problems. Down she comes, slowly, dead slow. The crew has to ease it into the right position, and that's it. Right on the money. Bolt her down, boys. This is going great. Just a few more lifts, we'll be done.
Great work, team.
And great to see you, kids. Say, how would you like to meet another mighty machine? She's a crane too, but you'll be surprised what she looks like.
So, I hear that you kids have been looking at cranes. Well, that's my job too. I'm an air crane, though some people think I look more like a dragonfly than a helicopter. See that big factory way over there? Well, today I am lifting all these air conditioners and electrical transformers onto the roof. More than 50 lifts. 50. Nifty. This is my undercarriage, and that is the cable that does the lifting. The round metal frame is kind of like a harness, and those cables will be attached to the objects that I lift. It is handy to have a harness like that because it keeps the cables separated so they don't get tangled. At the end of the cables are the hooks. And what mighty strong hooks they are. Speaking of strong, have a look at my jet engines. 2 jet engines. They're terrific, and they make me one of the biggest, most powerful helicopters in the skies. Engines this big need a big exhaust pipe, too. Now's a good time to take a look at my rotor blades. You won't see many helicopters with blades this long. They give me lots of lift. It seems like they go on forever. I bring my support team with me. I have a mobile workshop. That's the one with the windsock. And I also bring my own fuel supply.
That's right. Gypsy Lady can't operate on gas that you find at a gas station. She needs jet fuel.
I need both of them to keep me in the air. The fuel hose connects to this intake line in my support leg. I'll need to refuel quite often. Thanks for polishing my windows, Travis. My pilot insists that my windows are sparkling clean. The co-pilot is already on board. Everyone in a helicopter has to wear a helmet with a radio in it. The engine noise is so loud, it's the only way they can hear each other. Here comes my pilot now. One last pre-flight inspection. I have a 3-person flight crew. The pilot is in charge. He's the one that flies me. The co-pilot is there to assist the pilot and take over if necessary. The 3rd crew member is the spotter. He has a big window so that he has a clear view of things from behind. This is my crew chief. He needs a radio too because he's part of the ground crew. The air crew and the ground crew do a final check. Hook release working? Thumbs up. That means we're ready. The crew chief is also my mechanic, so he gives a last check of the engines and rotors and feels for any abnormal vibrations. My engines are revving faster and faster and faster. My tail rotor is speeding up too. Everything checks out. This is my favorite part. First takeoff of the day. I have liftoff. Liftoff! I'm in the air. You probably already know that helicopters can lift straight off the ground. We're not like an airplane that has to get speed up before liftoff. But what makes me so special is that I can lift a heavy load because of the power of my jet engines and the length of my rotor blades. That's my secret. That's why they call me an air crane. Anyway, it's time I got to work, so just watch me, kids. The crew on the ground hook my cables to the unit. Now, everybody, clear out of the way. I'm ready to lift. Boy, it's heavy, but I can do it. I need all the strength of my jet engines and rotor blades for this job. I'm off to the factory roof. Come on, kids. This first unit is going right in the middle of the roof. No ordinary crane can stretch far enough to reach the middle of this big roof. That's why they need an air crane. I can easily place heavy stuff anywhere they need it to go. This is the spot. Here you go, fellas. Catch! Haha, just kidding. See the man in the orange t-shirt and helmet? He's part of my crew. He talks to my pilot by radio, and he directs the positioning team on the roof. Once the load is close enough, they all rush in and help get it into the final position. That's it, guys. Stop the swinging and swaying. Don't worry, I'm holding the weight. This thing has to be in exactly the right spot before I can set it down. See how my pilot can look out his bubble window? That's very handy. Now, just release the cables. My pilot pushes a button and the hooks open, the cables drop down, and I'm free and clear. See that? Another one of my tricks. Have you ever seen an operation as neat as that? Now I have to land and refuel. These units are heavy, and that means my engines have to work doubly hard. It takes a lot of fuel. This won't take a minute, kids. The opening to my fuel tanks is in my support leg. That's sort of weird, don't you think? I'm different from other helicopters. Not many specialize in heavy lifting like me, so my designers had to come up with a lot of new ideas to make me work. Okay, that's the thumbs up. We're ready to fly again. I'm going back for another load. Look at me! I'm flying backwards! My spotter, Travis, takes over my controls when I pick up the cargo and again when I set it down. He shares the flying with the pilot because he has the best view from the back. Make sure those hooks are on properly, guys. Thank you! I really like this job. It is always interesting. And I go to a lot of different places and lift a lot of unusual things. Woo! The wind's blowing. Makes things a little tricky. My air crew have done this many times, luckily. There, that's better. Now, down easily. My pilot is perfect at this job. That's another one delivered. Woo! Sorry, guys. Wicked downdraft, isn't it? This is a pretty neat way of delivering things to hard-to-get-at places, don't you think? That's what makes air cranes perfect for jobs like this. I just love this job. And I think you can tell, can't you, kids? Oh, yeah! Here it comes! And another one. And another one. Way to go, guys. Good job. Oh, this one sure is heavy. But I know I can make it. What a team. Well, I've got lots more lifting to do today. Thanks for coming to see me at work. Call me if you ever need to reach for the sky. So long.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
What's this? I'm leading a parade of mini earth-moving machines? Aren't we cute-looking guys? But this is no parade. We're going to school to learn about our jobs. Even earth-moving machines have to go to school. This is our school playground. A lot of the machines hang out here before the bell rings, and we start our lessons. You want to meet some of them? Those are the backhoes. How you doing, boys?
Okay, Minnie.
There's the bulldozers.
Wanna push some dirt?
And the excavators.
It's trench digging day.
And these are the biggest machines in the school, the graders.
Time to level some gravel.
And this is our classroom. We're all learning to work together. It's a really busy place at lesson time.
All backhoes report to the practice field, please. The trenching demonstration is about to begin.
All right, everyone. Watch carefully. I stretch out as far as I can reach and then slowly bring my shovel down and towards me. Oh, hi there. I'm the backhoe instructor, and I'm just showing how a backhoe digs a trench. Get a good scoopful, and then dump it out next to the trench. Out of the way. Then down again. It looks easy enough, but you've got to watch what you're doing all the time and stay in control. Everybody got the idea? Now it's your turn to try. Don't forget to stabilize yourself. First, put down your bucket. Push down until the wheels come off the ground.
Okay, stabilizers. Now, bucket.
Ooh!
Nice and slowly. Tip the shovel. Oh. I didn't get any dirt in my shovel that time. Let me try again.
I'm starting to get the hang of it.
So am I.
Finally, I'm ready to dig. Put the shovel in the ground, draw it towards me, then turn the scoop to hold the dirt. There! I did it! Not bad for a beginner.
These students are doing very well. They will have to learn about their hydraulics. That's what controls all the digging parts. If the digging arm on a backhoe was like your arm, then the hydraulics would be just like your muscles. Okay, class. Now it's time for part 2 of the lesson. Everyone watch me. As your trench gets deeper, you need to groom the sides of it. Notice how I'm taking off the edges? You don't want the sides to fall into the trench. Now you try it.
Oh, now I see. I just scrape along the sides.
You know, digging a trench is not just the brute strength of a backhoe machine. It takes finesse and practice. Boy, they're really getting the hang of it now. These backhoes are going to turn into a skilled group of earth-moving machines. That's what our school aims to do.
Hi, everyone. We're the Mini Dozers. Today, we're all busy practicing how to level out the yard. It's not easy, but I'll get it right. That white pole is my laser leveling device. It tells me exactly how level the ground is. That way I know when to add a little more dirt to fill up the holes.
Or when to shave a little off. We each have our own row to practice in. Any dirt we collect gets left in a pile at the end. Watch me plow right through here. We're starting to learn just how strong we are. It must be from our crawler tracks. They give us plenty of good traction in the soft sand.
Doody-doody-doody-dum, pushing dirt sure is fun.
Nice tune, pal.
Thanks.
You know, I can't wait until I graduate.
I think I'll specialize in basements.
Then you'll have to make sure you know how to work your levels.
Yeah, I guess everyone wants a level basement.
Mini dozers like us have to do all sorts of jobs. You can't be a specialist.
Perhaps you're right. I guess that's why going to school is so important.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay till I graduate.
Me too. We all need to get our certificates if we want to get the best jobs.
Hi there. I'm an excavator. A big excavator. Not one of those mini guys. I travel on tracks, not wheels. That makes me a little slower, but it gives me greater stability and strength. I can dig in any direction. Look, I can turn right around so my backwards becomes my frontwards and my frontwards becomes my backwards, if you know what I mean. Look how far I can extend my digging arm. Wow, that's a long reach. I'm going to dig a trench right here. That's real dirt, not the sand that some of the machines push around. I'm the strongest digger with the biggest reach in this entire school. That's my operator. It takes a delicate touch to handle my controls. He can play those levers and foot pedals like they were a piano. See how neatly I can dig a trench? Every time I put down my scoop, it comes up full of dirt. I can dig a trench or foundation in no time at all. You know, I'm pretty good at my job. That's because I've learned a lot here. This school's the best. There's a lot to learn about digging, no matter what size machine you are.
Oh, hello again. I was wondering what had happened to you kids. I'm so glad that you've come to see me in action, because I'm proud of the jobs that I do. I'm just getting in a little practice. I might be small, but I'm very useful because I can work in small places. Not every job needs a great, big, humongous machine. I'm great at building sidewalks or digging ditches or holes for planting trees. Size isn't everything, you know. Even the little guys have jobs to do on construction sites. Take my pal, Lumpy, for instance. There's Lumpy. He's a great team player.
Hi, I'm Lumpy, who loves lumps. I'm packing down this dirt left by the excavators. Lumpy's not very fast, but good at dirt packing. That's my job. My front roller, with all the teeth, vibrates. That helps pack down the dirt. Remember, Lumpy loves lumps. Oh, yeah. I hope I'm not too late for my appointment. Oh, good. Made it. It's time for my regular maintenance checkup. Every machine has to get a checkup to oil and grease all the moving parts and see that everything is working properly. I put my bucket up in the air so the mechanic can get access to my engine. My driver has to engage the safety bar. That will keep the bucket up in the air in case the hydraulics leak.
What are you in for, backhoe?
Just the usual stuff. Oil change, new spark plugs, check the tires. Here's the mechanic now. He'll get me back digging trenches in no time. Part of our education is learning how to stay in tip-top shape.
Regular checkups in the garage are all part of the process.
Well, the mechanic said that my engine is in grade A shape. Get it? I'm a grader?
That's funny. I can dig it.
I need to get back out in the practice field with all of the other graders. See you later, excavator.
Everyone, stay in formation.
Spread the gravel evenly.
What about the rows of gravel we're leaving?
This takes a lot of practice.
Sure does.
I have a lot of gravel building up on my blade. Maybe too much. Maybe not enough. It's hard to judge. It takes experience to be a good grader.
I'm going to get this right no matter how long it takes.
I think you're doing a pretty good job.
Think so? Maybe you're right.
It takes practice.
I have to get into position to make another pass. Phew! This gravel practice patch sure is dusty.
I think I'm starting to get the hang of it.
You're doing an excellent job.
Graders have to be super careful. You can't take off too much gravel, and you can't leave too much. It has to be just right. Did you know my front tires can swivel independently from my body? That helps to keep the blade level. Graders can push a lot of dirt, but for really big earth movers, you should go and see the bulldozers, kids.
Now, I want the rest of you bulldozers to watch me carefully. I lower my blade just a little. It doesn't take long before I've got a full load of dirt. Then, I level out and keep pushing. Use the strength of your engines to just plow ahead until you reach the end of the practice lane. I want to leave the dirt here, so I raise my blade, and back I go for another pass. Down goes the blade again. I'm starting to build a ramp. It's an important skill for bulldozers to learn, and we do it all the time on construction sites. Ramps give trucks and other equipment access to a building site. They have to be strong enough to carry the weight of a fully loaded dump truck. Okay, who's ready to give it a try?
Oh, I am. I want a chance too.
Me too. I'm ready.
Don't forget me. This isn't so hard. The trick is to dig the blade in and then to keep it level.
Now, students, as you're developing your ramp, you need to make it fairly wide so the trucks can pass each other on it. That's good. You're getting used to it.
Hey, this is fun. Mine's gonna be a terrific ramp.
Bulldozers like us get our strength from our powerful engines and also our big, wide crawler tracks that give us good grip. We can push a lot of dirt.
This soft sand makes it easy to build up a ramp in no time. Feels like I'm climbing a mountain. Ha ha! Watch out for the dirt.
Mighty fine looking ramp there, Dozer.
Thanks, Backhoe.
That ramp is a work of art. I'm so proud.
Bulldozers have to know how to build ramps out of dirt and how to take them down. But what if you didn't need a whopping great pile of dirt and you had to get rid of it?
I tell you, you call up your pal, the front-end loader, to come and take it away. They're great at that.
Oh, hi, kids. Don't mind me. I'm just here to help a front-end loader on his training exercise.
Howdy, dump truck. Let's get started. Now I have to get a good scoop full of dirt. I need to lift my bucket way up in the air to get over the top of the truck. Then, over she goes.
I can feel it loading. I help train all these front-end loaders at the school.
The trick is to raise the bucket and tilt it at the same time so that I don't spill it all over myself. That's why I need to practice. I want to be a super-duper scooper. I still have a lot of work to fill up White Truck.
You sure do. Keep it coming.
Sometimes they call me a front-end loader, and sometimes I'm called a backhoe. I guess it depends on which end I'm working with. No matter what they call me, I'm very useful because I can do all sorts of jobs. You'll find lots of us wherever there's construction. Why, even farmers have backhoes. Some of my best new friends at the school have scoops too. They're a bit smaller than me, but they sure can zip around. Have a look.
Mini scoops like us have the best fun of all the machines in the school.
We scoop up dirt like a front-end loader. Yahoo!
No one can scoot around quite like a mini scoop.
Dig that dirt, boy.
Give us dirt. Yum, yum, yum. Digging dirt is lots of fun. Notice how our wheels are close together. That lets us spin around in a small space. We're super useful because we're so small and we can fit into tight places like under a bridge, in a backyard, or even a basement. Anywhere. Woo-hoo-hoo!
All machines begin to tidy up. The school day is almost over.
I have to fill in this trench I dug.
Dig a hole and fill it back in again. Practice, practice, practice. That's how we learn. I'll just scrape it back into the hole with my shovel. Good thing I left the dirt pile within reach. Leaving it too far away means extra work.
Filling in a hole is a lot easier than digging it. especially for backhoes that have a big scoop.
I can push the dirt back into the hole?
It's a lot more fun breaking down the ramp than building it. I can push right through it.
I like tidy up time, but I'm sure glad my dirt pile isn't as big as those other guys' piles.
We're learning a new technique. Backfilling.
Like, drag the scoop along the ground backwards.
That's all there is to it. Dead easy. This cleanup takes no time at all.
The practice area is as flat as an asphalt road now. Lumpy loves to locate lumps. Oh, leave lots of luscious lumps for Lumpy. Oh, yeah.
Last one to the parking lot is an old shovel!
Wait for me!
I'm just backing into my parking spot. Where is Grader 1 anyway?
I'm just making one last pass, fellas.
Come on, dude. You're gonna make us the last class to finish. Such a perfectionist.
Yep. Off he goes in a cloud of dust.
Sorry, fellas. I just had to smooth out a rough patch. I like to be neat and tidy. It's good to be back in the parking lot, eh, what?
Pushed a lot of gravel.
I need a nap.
Time for a bath.
Good to go home.
Hooray! Quitting time. Let's shut off our engines and get some shut-eye.
Not yet. Every bulldozer has to get cleaned up at the end of the day. All that mud and dirt and dust will clog up the tracks.
A dozer can't go to sleep dirty.
The dirt could get in our pots and grind away, and before we knew it, we'd be nothing but piles of junk.
Oh, that's better. Tomorrow's another work day, and we have to be fresh and ready to go. They even clean our cabs. We don't want any dust or rocks to jam the controls.
Hey, kids! Check this out! The backhoes have been practicing a special wave. I bet you never seen a backhoe wave goodbye before, huh? Bye!
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why. They're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. They're mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things. They're mighty machines.
Hi there. Bet you're wondering what I am, kids. Well, come on over and get a closer look. I look like a boat, but do you notice that funny rubber skirt thing that goes all around me? I'm a hovercraft. I'm a special machine that can go on water and land. There's Susan, my captain and pilot. She's running through her checklist before we go out. These are for my navigation lights. Red light's on the left side, that's port, and green is on the right side, starboard. That's my special amber light. Only hovercraft have a light like that. The crew always checks to see that all my equipment is working A-OK. Those are my searchlights. They're powerful. I need them when I'm out in the dark. It can be very dark on the water at night. How about my horn? Yes, it's working. That's the radar turning around. It sends out an electronic signal that appears on this monitor. When I'm on the water, the radar signal helps me know where other boats are. My job is search and rescue. The crew is checking all of my gear because sometimes we rescue injured people. In an emergency, I can hold 50 people. Those are two of my engines, and are they ever powerful? They turn my big propeller blades that drive me forward. Make that hatch good and tight. We don't want any seawater in there. Watch me blow up my skirts. I've got two more big engines that run fans underneath me. When they turn, the air is blown downwards and I rise up off the ground. I float on a cushion of air. All that touches the ground is my rubber skirt. Kinda looks like I'm all blown up like a balloon, doesn't it? See those propellers in the back? Those are what push me forward. Captain Susan's all set. She can use my funnels to help me change direction fast. I also have rudders for steering on each of my stern propellers. Up with the throttles. Here we go. I'm just gliding along on a cushion of air. Isn't that amazing? Down the ramp and into the water. I can travel on land and on the water. That's what makes a hovercraft so special. Look at all the spray that I'm throwing up from my propellers. Am I getting you wet? My rubber skirt helps to hold in the air that is being blown down by my big fans underneath me. I can spin right around in one spot. Captain Susan just points my steering funnels and rudders in the right direction, and around I go. I work for the Coast Guard. They like me because I can move fast over the water. I can even go up on a beach if there isn't a dock. When a boat is in trouble and needs help, I can get to it double fast. Top speed, 45 knots. And you know what else I do? I enforce fishing laws and keep watch for pollution in the water. Pretty important jobs. Look at me move! Let me show you another of my trick maneuvers. I'm going sideways. Boats can't do that. Only hovercraft. It's fun riding the waves. Captain Susan is a real expert at steering me. The secret is my air funnels. One thing though, if you are close to a hovercraft like me, you will get wet. Now that you've seen me in action, what do you think I am? A boat? Well, partly. Maybe an airplane. Well, I do fly on a cushion of air, but I can't fly up in the sky. I guess I'm a little bit of both. Only a hovercraft can fly, go on the land, and over the water. You can just call me a mighty machine.
Howdy, kids. I bet y'all are wondering what I am. That's my engine, all right. It's an airplane engine. But I'm not an airplane. I'm a boat. They call me an airboat because I'm a cross between a boat and an airplane. But I don't look like either of them. I work here in the Everglades, swampy country, and I'm made to operate in swamps. That's Wayne, my captain. Hoo-wee! Looks like we're going out for a ride today. Yep, he's starting up my engine. That propeller is what drives me. It works just like a propeller on an airplane, but I don't fly. I travel through swamps. That big handle is moving my twin rudders. That's how Wayne steers me. The rudders are just behind the propeller, and it's the air hitting the rudders that makes me change directions. One thing, though, I can only go forward. There is no reverse on an airboat. Off we go. Hoo-wee! Take a look at my hull, kids. I'm a flat-bottom boat with an extra strong hull. I only sink into the water a couple of centimeters. That's a good thing because the water here is very shallow. I love the swamps. Water, weeds, mud, sticky goo. Nothing can stop an airboat like me. Yee-haw! Did you see me take that turn, kids? 180 degrees, and I barely slowed down. I can go pretty fast in water, but heck, who needs water? I'm just zipping right over this patch of sawgrass. And that's why I'm ideal for the swamps. If I had a propeller that was in the water, it would get all fouled up with weeds and muck and stuff. But my propeller never touches the water. I just skim across the top like a good thing. I'm a pretty useful machine down here in the Everglades because I can go anywhere and get there fast. I have a job taking around tourists and fishermen. There's plenty to see here if y'all know where to look. Wayne and I both like the fast speeds. There's not many in these swamps that can hit our speeds. The airplane engine is the secret. That big airplane engine and propeller can really make me move. Why, I even have to use airplane fuel. You can't hold me back. Maybe that's why Captain Wayne named me Fast Forward. Woo-hoo! Look at us go! Good thing they built the wire cage around the engine. That keeps any critters out. And I don't want any fingers or arms getting sucked into my engine neither. Safety first, that's what I say. These channels help us get around in the Everglades. That way I don't have to bash my way through the tall grass. It also helps us find our way around. No street signs here. That's an egret that just flew up. This is one of the biggest freshwater swamps in the world, and there's a lot of wildlife around here. Well, there's another egret on top of that tree yonder. Y'all gotta keep your eyes peeled for wildlife. See the big heron? A beauty. Dang, all these critters are getting scared away by the sound of my engine. Soon as I get close, they run and hide. Well, I know. Let's just coast along real quiet-like and see if we can sneak up on something. Is that something moving in the water up ahead? What's that? An alligator! There's lots of alligators in this swamp. Look at him, sunning himself, waiting for something to eat to come along. Well, you can't eat me, Mr. Alligator. He's a big one. Beep, beep, Mr. Alligator. Move along there, scoot, scoot. See you later, alligator. Well, kids, it's time to be heading back. Just one more fast run. I hope y'all had a good time here in the Everglades. Come back and ride with me again real soon, you hear? Bye-bye.
Welcome. It is so nice that you could visit the Empress. I am the Empress of the North. I am no ordinary vessel. No, I am a riverboat. You may not have seen a ship that looks like me. I am rather rare. But many years ago, riverboats with my kind of elegance and style were plentiful on rivers in the deep south. And what made us famous was our paddle wheel. See all those little paddles on that big wheel? They propel me forward. It's one of the ways that I am driven through the water. I sail the glistening waters of Alaska and British Columbia. I just love it out here. It's so beautiful in the summertime. Look at those mountains. They're almost as majestic as I am. My passengers want elegance. That's what I deliver. They love to sit and enjoy the scenery. A waterfall coming down a steep cliff. Rugged mountains. And a bald eagle. Oh, but the scenery is just glorious, don't you think? A fit setting for the cruise of an empress like me. I credit my powerful engines and my paddle wheel. I feel that it is the perfect way to travel for an empress. I don't travel on rivers like other paddle wheel boats, but in the Northwest there are many rocks and ledges just underneath the surface of the water that could tear a hole in my hull. It is very practical to have a flat bottom. My paddle wheel is huge. And you can see, my paddles only need to dip into the water a little bit, but they still give me plenty of push. That is very useful here. Even though the water looks calm, it is moving quickly. Do you notice the water flowing around that marker? That shows the strength of the current created by the tide. If I didn't have the power of my paddle wheel, I would not be able to make any headway at all against the current. Oh, there is a fishing boat. Greetings! Even fishing boats recognize me as an empress. I travel all through the waters of the Northwest, taking my passengers to see the wildlife, glaciers, and mountains. That's my job, and I love providing the best, the most elegant service to all of my many guests. It's a good thing that there are markers showing the channel. As part of my duties, I have to navigate my way through all of the different waterways. It can be very complicated. Some of the channels are very narrow, like this one, and I must be careful with the tides and the weather too. But if I follow the markers, I can safely zip right through. Outside, I may look centuries old, but inside I am thoroughly modern. Would you like a tour of my bridge? There's Captain Peterson at my control center. The captain sets my course, steers me, and controls my engines. He is in charge of everything, and so I guess you could call him the Emperor. The captain keeps watch to see if anybody else is nearby. I have electronic charts of the area we are traveling through. It marks the shoreline, the water depth, and all the hazards. I also have radar. We never get lost. This is beautiful country, just splendid. Well, some people like to rush past the scenery. What a pity, they're missing it all. I prefer to travel at a more stately pace. I like to be relaxed and provide comfort so that my guests can enjoy the magnificent surroundings. Even my hallways are beautiful, veritable art galleries where I display the wonderful works of the native people of the Northwest. I have a sumptuous lounge for entertaining. And this is the very heart and center of style and sophistication, the Romanov dining room. Everything in here is luxurious, from my fancy chandeliers to the knives and forks. Did you know that I'm also a floating hotel? It's true. One of my staterooms, fit for royalty. But even royalty needs the workhorses that make things go. And my strength comes from my paddle wheel. And where does the paddle wheel get its strength? from here. These are my engines. I have 2 big diesel engines. They provide all the power to drive the paddle wheel. And they have enough energy left over to supply all of the electricity needed aboard the Empress. Round and round the paddles go. Round and round, they're never slow. I am big for a paddle wheel boat. I can carry 223 passengers in regal style, and people on shore simply love to watch me because I am so beautiful. I can kick up a big wake. That shows my power. I like it in close to shore like this. It is quiet, and the water is calm. It is the best place to see wildlife. Ah, here we are. I have a little secret to share with you. Watch. Being a thoroughly modern paddle wheeler, I also have other means to drive and steer. I have special thrusters that can turn me around when I come into port. You can't see the thrusters underneath me, but you can see how I turn in the water. Captain Peterson has gone outside in order to guide me in. There is a complete set of my controls on both sides of the bridge. Yes, we are definitely going to land. Captain Peterson has turned off my paddle wheel, and the only time he does that is when we are coming into shore. The crew are getting the lines ready. Oh, look. The passengers are anxious to get off and explore the little town. It looks complicated to maneuver a big ship like me. But my captain knows just what to do. He's a prince of a man. There's the wharf. Not long now. My twin thrusters are pushing me gently into the wharf. Easy now. Easy. They have the bow line ashore. And the stern. That's it. Pull. Good. It is remarkable how tall I am. Each stateroom has its own balcony. Aren't they lovely? There, I am tied up at the wharf. This wharf is too high for me to use my front gangway, but that's not a problem. I keep an extra one for just such an occasion. It's stored up on the top deck. My hoist will lower it. Take your time. Carefully now. Did I mention what a splendid crew I have? Top notch. Fit it into place. Perfect. Excellent work, crew. Lower. That's it. We're ashore. Well, it's very nice that you young people had time to visit the Empress today. I do enjoy showing people around my special palace of the sea. And remember, elegance never goes out of style.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Ah, yes, another lovely day under the waves. Welcome to the warm and beautiful Caribbean Sea. A perfect place for a submarine like me.
Oh, goodness. Where is that submarine? He better be coming up soon. Our first dive tour of the day is in a few minutes.
Here I am, Atlas.
Well, good morning, Atlantis. I thought you were never coming up.
I can't help myself. I love to dive.
Okay, I'm coming alongside, Atlantis. I'll secure my lines to your deck cleats.
Whoosh, it's a bit windy up here. Tie up tightly.
My job is to hold Atlantis steady when he's on the surface, kids. Can't have him blow all over the place. Once this line is secured, we'll wait for our passengers. Tender is loading them right now.
Oh, good. We have kids today. I'm the tender boat, and my job is to take passengers out to Atlantis, the submarine. Take a seat and get comfortable, folks. All aboard who's coming aboard. Up with the gangway. Did you notice that I have two hulls, kids? I'm a catamaran. I can move pretty fast through the water. Here we go. It's easier for me to bring the tourists out to Atlantis than to have the sub come all the way into the dock. We all have our jobs to do. I bring the passengers. Atlas looks after Atlantis when he's on the surface, and Atlantis is the star of the show because he's the submarine, and all the tourists want to go on a ride to the bottom of the sea.
Hi there, Tender.
I've got some people that are eager to see the ocean floor, Atlantis.
Great! I'm just the machine to take them there. Welcome aboard, folks. I'm gonna take you down to see another world. Take your time going down the ladder. No hurry.
Hey, Tender, do you know what we just made?
What's that?
A submarine sandwich. Get it?
Oh, that's a
rich.
good one.
Yeah, Ma, no problem.
That's the last of the passengers. Close up my hatch. I'm getting ready to dive. Make it good and tight. I don't want it leaking when I'm at the bottom of the sea.
Have an exciting tour.
See you later. Make yourself comfortable, folks. Everyone has their own seat and a good window view. Ready? We're about to dive. Did everybody have a big breakfast this morning?
Yeah, bacon and eggs.
I had a big
I was a terrific breakfast.
Well, you should have had double helpings because we need to add extra water to my ballast tanks to make us heavy enough. It's working. Now my top thrusters can push me down to the bottom of the sea. You'll find this to be a very comfortable ride. You hardly feel a thing under the sea. No waves, no motion. It's so easy visiting the coral reef with me, you don't need a scuba tank or fins or even know how to swim. I can go much deeper than a diver can go. So just relax and enjoy the wonders under the sea. We're down at the coral reef. This is about 20 meters from the surface. The light from the sun still reaches here because the water is so clear. This is my pilot, Steve. He gets the best view of all because he has to operate all my controls to steer me. Can you see him in there? There he is. He can move me in any direction, forwards, backwards, or side to side. He sets my controls so I swim at just the right depth. I'm actually designed to be positively buoyant, which means I'll always float up to the surface. That's important for safety. Those are my propellers. They drive me through the water. I can't go very fast, about 6 knots an hour. But hey, we're not in a hurry, Mom. We're here to enjoy ourselves. And Steve steers me with this lateral thruster at the bow. I love that word, thruster. I can maneuver anywhere I want. See those bubbles? That's the old air coming out. I carry tanks of new air for everyone, so you don't have to hold your breath. Did you know that a coral reef is made up of living animals? That's right, millions of microscopic animals. This one is about 20,000 years old. That's young for a coral reef. The Great Barrier Reef in Australia is 200,000 years old. Oh, look, that's a shark. I love it down here. It's like another world, and there's so much variety. Soft, wavy corals and hard brain corals. I like to show everyone the most interesting things on the reef. And coming up on the starboard side, oh, there's a diver taking our picture. Give him a big wave, everybody. Now I'll show you something really interesting. Look at that. It's a shipwreck at the bottom of the sea. Now it's the home to coral and sponges and fish and all sorts of marine life. Corals like to grow on any hard surface they can find. They even grow on me. Everywhere on my body that stays under the water gets decorated. This shipwreck is a perfect place for coral. In fact, this isn't a shipwreck. It's an old landing craft that was sunk to give the sea life a place to grow and thrive. No wonder people like to come and see the reef. It's amazing. More sharks, but they don't look hungry. And a dolphin, too. Hey, she's laughing at us. Our tour is almost over, and it's time to be going back to the surface. I go back up the opposite way that I went down. My top thrusters pull me up, and I come to the surface. My pal Atlas radioed me to say that everything is clear on the surface and it's safe for me to come up. Ah, we're in the fresh air again. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves.
How did it go, Atlantis?
Great! Open the hatchway. Bye now. Thanks for traveling with me to the bottom of the sea. Bye. Whoa-wee, Atlas, look at all the cruise ships. They're enormous.
That's right. And they're full of people who want to ride in a submarine. We'll be busy all day. But first, we need to recharge your batteries, so let's head into shore.
Aye, aye, partner. Say, kids, have you ever seen a one-man sub? I've got a friend who can show you. Bye for now.
Hi, everybody. Can you guess what I am? I'm a one-man submersible. We're all subs in here. We're all deep sea workers and marine explorers, and some of us are even famous. Like that guy. He was in the movies once. This is a neat place. It's part workshop, part experimental design lab for stuff like those exosuits. Cool. And even part museum. Look at all these old diving helmets. Ooh, that's a weird one. And these ones are antiques. That's better. Now you can get a good look at me. Jeff's going to give me a pre-dive inspection because I have a special little job to do for the big boss today. He said, "Newt Sub, I've got a treasure hunt for you." And I said, "Okie dokie, boss. You can count on me." First, let's hook up the power from my batteries. They're all in those long silvery pod things. And they seal up tight to keep any water from getting inside. Now, let's open the top hatch and have a look. They call me a one-man sub because there's really only room for one person inside. And here is where they sit. Here are my air tanks and breathing system. Jeff has to check that it's all working properly. If I ran out of air down below, that would be a disaster. Jeff's using a little bottle of soapy water to check for air leaks. If any air is escaping, bubbles would show exactly where the leak is. But it looks like everything is A-OK. Now, let me show you my lights. Sometimes, I dive so deep that it gets as dark as nighttime, and I need my lights to see what I'm doing. Oh, and these are my thrusters. I have 4 of them. They're great. I can use them to move in any direction. They don't work on land so well, but underwater they're really terrific. And this is my most useful part, my manipulator arm. It's like a robotic hand, And it's really strong, too. Plus, it has a great big video camera attached to it. Cool! Okay, looks like my inspection is complete. And here's my ride to the dive site. I've gone to lots of interesting jobs on the back of this flatbed truck. I've done fish surveys, maintenance work on oil rigs and pipelines, and sometimes I even recover the booster rockets from the space shuttle. That was very special. Okay then, strap me down securely, please. Nice job. How about a handshake? Off we go. Come along to the shore with me, kids, and you can see me in action. Here we are. This is Mike, my pilot. No, we're not going to fly, but submarine drivers are called pilots too. Bit of a snug fit. Hey, Mike, how many burgers did you have for lunch? One last double check. Thrusters. Check. Manipulator. Check. Radio. Check. Okay. We're ready to dive. Hoist me into the water. Almost there. Sploosh. This is more like it. Now I can start looking for that thing the boss dropped off the boat last week. Here you can see how I move around, kids. Mike steers me by using those pedals at his feet, and they control my thrusters to push me in the right direction. Simple, isn't it? Better turn on my lights. This water has lots of stuff floating in it, and the deeper I go, the darker it gets. But hey, it's not always clear under the sea. That's okay, I'm an expert at working in the dark. But now that I think about it, the boss said it's close to the shore. So let's go search where the water is not so deep. Still pretty murky down here with all this mud at the bottom. You can barely see my light. This isn't going to be so easy. No problem. I've got all the tools I need to do my job. Let me turn on my sonar. Hold on a second. I think I'm getting something. Yes, it's picking up an object somewhere in this direction. I'm getting closer. Do you see it yet? Aha, we found it! The sunken treasure. Guess what? It's one of the antique diving helmets from the boss's collection. He accidentally dropped it the other day. Now, I'll use my manipulator to grab it. Little closer. Mike uses that joystick to control it. Almost had it. Now, press the button and gotcha! Hooray! I'm sure the boss will be happy to have this back. It's a part of his favorite collection. Maybe he'll give me a bonus. Or get me a part in the movies too. There, home again, safe and sound.
It's not often you see a ship like me on the water. I am the HMCS Cornerbrook, and I'm just returning from another long patrol out under the ocean. I'm here at my home port in the Navy Yard in Halifax. That's right, I'm a Navy submarine. And we Navy subs can stay underwater longer than anything else afloat. I'm just getting a few things checked over, so why don't you come aboard? I'll show you some of the neat things that only a Navy sub has. Just walk along the foredeck there and be careful where you step. Have a peek down one of my hatches. That's how you get below. Okay, and just ahead, those doors at your feet open up to load big equipment and supplies. My bow slopes right down to the waterline, and actually, most of me is still hidden below the surface. That great big tall thing is called the fin. It keeps me stable underwater, and it's where some of the instruments are, like the periscopes. There's the search periscope and the attack periscope. They poke up out of the water to look around while the rest of me is hidden below. See? Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, round, 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 round. Oh, better cut it out. Master Seaman Perry's coming. Let's follow him below, and you can see what it's like to be on board a real Navy submarine. Right down the ladder we go. Everything is a bit of a tight squeeze down here. Here we are in the command center. The officers control me from here. These are the diving controls. And that wheel is how they steer me. When we're on operations, this entire room is full of people working at all my instruments. My commanding officer is looking through my periscope. That's the only way to see outside. No windows on a submarine like me. My mission is to stay hidden beneath the waves. So my crew use my periscope to keep an eye on things when we're close to the surface. I have lots of other kinds of instruments too. They all help me know what's going on around me. I can drop the periscope quickly and dive in a hurry if we need to. For Navy subs, it's all about staying hidden, and that means being super quiet too. I'm the king of hide and seek. Do you see all those squares on my outer casing? There are thousands of them. Those are special acoustic tiles that absorb sound. They make me extra quiet underwater, and that makes it very hard to detect me. They can even muffle the noise from my engine room. Here's the engine room. I have 2 big diesel engines, but I can also run on batteries too. As you can see, it's a bit of a tight squeeze down here. There are pipes and conduits and valves and things everywhere. Just about every surface you can see has something on it. There's no space wasted down here, no sir. When we're on a mission, I stay underwater for weeks and weeks and weeks. That means nobody can get off the sub and go home. So everything the crew needs is on board. Over here is the head. I guess you civilians call it a toilet, but in the Navy it's called a head. And over here is the individualized precipitation-based cleansing array, or shower. And here are the sinks for washing, shaving, or toothbrushing. The crew have to take turns, and there's no wasting of water allowed. Mind your step, please. These corridors are a bit narrow. This is the galley, or kitchen. I need to keep my entire crew fed, so I need a proper kitchen. Everything is very compact. Here's my dry storage area. Where did they put the peanut butter? Ah, there it is. Having a little snack, sir? Let's see what else. I've got a refrigerator and a freezer, a juice machine, and a coffee maker. And down here, there's a deep fryer and an oven too. Sometimes when my crew are off duty, they can come in here to relax. There's no TV reception underwater, but they can watch a movie on DVD. Submarine movies are quite popular. Want to see where the sailors sleep? Just follow along. This is it. You have to choose to sleep on your back or your stomach before you get into bed, because there's no room to turn over. The sailors have to sleep in their clothes, but at least they take their boots off. Each man gets his own bunk and his own kit locker. Everything he owns must fit into this small locker. Well, kids, it won't be long before my shore leave is over, and I'll be off on another patrol mission under the waves. I'll see you, but you won't see me. So long.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. Hear them roar, watch them soar, sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines.
Hi, kids. I'm the Spirit of Vancouver Island, one of the biggest ferry boats in the whole fleet. What a great morning. The sea is nice and calm, just the way I like it. Today, you'll meet some of my special friends as we carry cars and trucks and passengers back and forth across the water. The cars are all lined up, waiting for me. Uh-oh. Looks like the trucks are getting a little impatient.
Oh, come
Yes,
on.
come on, hurry up.
Yeah, come on, eh? We haven't got all day.
Come on, let's go.
You mean hurry like this? Just joking. I don't really go this fast when I come into the dock. I have to go nice and slow. I have to steer nice and straight, not too fast. Easy, easy. That's it. Good, good. Hooray! I carry lots of buses and trucks on my lower deck. Look at them all. I carry people too, but they have to use a different ramp to get on and off. Quickly now, I only have a short time to unload.
Okay, we're going as fast as we can.
Good. The green light means I can start to load. Okay, everybody, get on board.
How are you today, Spirit?
No time to chat. I have a schedule to keep. Hurry up, trucks.
I'm the last truck to board. They want me to park over here. Jeepers, they really pack us in. It's a real squeeze.
Just room for a few more cars, and then we can go. The ship's officer does his final check. He's sounding the horn. It's time to go. We're on our way. My crew really know what they're doing. Very professional. There's the Queen of Nanaimo passing us. Ahoy, Queen!
Morning, Spirit of Vancouver. Aren't the mountains gorgeous this morning?
Just like a postcard. The Queen of Nanaimo is another ferry boat in our fleet, kids. This is my bridge. A bridge on a ship is not like a bridge on land. It's where they control a ship like me. The captain and crew watch everything on the water from up here, and Captain Loy operates my throttle from up here. But down in the engine room, that's where I get my muscle power. See my engines? I have enough horsepower to go 19 knots. That's pretty fast, kids. And look at my control panel. I'm proud of that. The engineer is in charge of all my working parts. Lights, pumps, engines. How they are working is shown on those dials and gauges and monitors. All the controls down here are duplicated on the bridge, but it has something extra. The steering wheel. The helmswoman steers me with that little wheel. The captain sets the course, and the helmswoman follows instructions exactly. That's the compass. Every ship has a compass to help with the navigation. My bridge has big windows so that the captain and crew can see in every direction. That's important. Look how close we are to shore. On my bridge, the crew can even see through a window in my floor, straight down to the water. What a view! Or they can look along the sides. The crew have to see what's happening aboard the ship every minute. That's my radar turning around up there. Here's the radar monitor. And that's my electronic chart. And there are more charts, paper ones, just in case. A chart is what sailors call a map. That little beacon on the shore marks the channel. All these things help boats of all sizes to navigate. When those white tubs go into the water, they open up and become life rafts. They can hold up to 50 people. I carry enough for everyone. And these little rescue boats are called Zodiacs. They are used in emergencies. Oh, there's the Queen of Vancouver. Ahoy, Queen!
Welcome back to port. Good voyage.
Of course. And I'm right on schedule. I love being a ferry boat. We're really useful. It's too far from the mainland for a bridge to cross, and there's no road on the water. We are the only way to get from one side to the other. They'll be watching out for me from the control tower. That's where they control all of the boats in the port. They tell us what slip to go into and when to come and go. And look at all the ferries, big ones and small ones. These ferry boats go out to all of the islands that are around here. We carry cars and trucks and people. We bring food and building materials. Kids use us to go back and forth to school. Everything needed on the islands is carried by ferry boats. Great big ones make the long trips to the mainland, and the small ones just go back and forth between the islands.
Hey, don't forget me. I'm Mill Bay. Just a little guy. But I'm important, too. I can only carry 16 cars, but I cross the water in 20 minutes. I'm a floating shortcut. And I give my passengers a nice view of the mountains.
Now watch me, kids. This part of the trip is tricky. I have to spin around and dock stern first. I only have one bridge, and the captain and crew need to be facing in the direction I'm going. Half the time, that means the cars are facing the wrong way, and I have to turn around so they can drive off.
Do you have a problem, Spirit?
No. But while I'm turning around, I have to use my side thrusters, and I shake all over. It gives me the tickles.
Who would have guessed a ship as big as you would be so maneuverable?
Well, thank you. Almost turned completely around. That's it. Nice and slow. Beautiful. Up go the gates. And down comes the ramp. They can adjust that ramp with hydraulic controls. So when the tide is up, they can bring the ramp up higher. And when it's low, they can make it lower. Neat. Oh, super! The control tower has organized all the cars and trucks in lines for my next trip. Oh, there go the first cars off.
I wish I could hold as many cars as you, Spirit.
Oh, it's really nothing. Just 470 or so.
The control tower organizes the cars and trucks in the lanes, so when I load up, I'm not too heavy. They can even watch the vehicles driving onto the ship on their monitor. Now let's have some fun, kids. Let's pretend you're the first car to come aboard. This is exciting. Follow the arrows. Up the ramp. Watch out for the pylons. Getting closer. Pump. Now you're on the loading ramp. Oop, duck your head. It's a little dark in here. Come on, right up to the front. Terrific. You'll be the first to unload. I've got 2 loading ramps because I have 2 decks where I carry vehicles.
Is this the right place for me to park?
A little further, please. Good. My deck crew makes sure the weight of all the vehicles is perfectly balanced. So, you have to park where they tell you. Heavy trucks and buses go to the lower level, and cars up onto the upper level. Look at those cars move! Good cooperation. Line up nice and neat. Way to go, guys! Oh, look! Those are boats for a rowing team on that truck. Here come the last stragglers. Hurry up. I'm set to sail in a couple of minutes. I'm very fussy about my schedule. Up comes the ramp for the upper deck. Now the lower ramp. It looks like everything is ready. Stand by. Well, kids, I'm on schedule and heading back to the mainland. I need to keep a sharp lookout for other ships in the channel. Oh, hi, Queen of Saanich. I'll see you on my return journey.
Aye, aye, Spirit. Toodaloo!
Why don't you kids head up north? There are more ferry boats there. My little buddy Queen of Capilano will show you around. Goodbye. Nice to have you aboard.
Oh, there you are, kids. I heard you were coming. Just a moment. I'm busy with the loading. I'm quite a bit smaller than the Spirit of Vancouver Island, but I'm just the right size for the job I have to do. I provide ferry service to one of the smaller islands. They need to be connected to the mainland, too. All the vehicles I carry stay out on the open deck. There's my friend, the Queen of Coquitlam.
Hi, Capilano. Have you heard about a brand new big ship joining our fleet?
Really? Is it coming from the Big Island?
I'm going to be heading over soon. I'll find out.
See you later. Hey, this could be exciting, kids. A new boat joining the fleet. I wonder how many cars it can carry. I only have a short run. I can only carry 85 cars. Not as many as other ferry boats, but I can still kick up a good wake. I make lots of trips every day and in all types of weather. Sunshine, rain, wind, doesn't matter. The only time I can't travel is when the waves are really high. Okay, people, we're nearly there. My crew are sure moving fast today. Watch out for the bump. Okay, we're here. Down comes the ramp. My walking passengers always get off first, straight off the car deck. I take commuters to work and kids to school every day.
So long, Cap.
He's one of my regulars. Come on, let's get aboard. I want to get back and hear about the new boat. Park where you're told, please. Good. That's the last of them. Up goes the ramp. Close the gate. You know, this little run suits me fine. I'm about half full on this run, but you should see it in the morning and the evening, just like rush hour in the city. This is my bridge. Even on a little ferry like me, all the crew are highly trained and professional. Whoa, who's that?
Capilano, I have news!
About the new boat?
Yes. I was pulling into the dock at Departure Bay and there he was. I couldn't believe my eyes. Ahoy there! Are you the new ship, the Coastal Renaissance?
Indeed, I am.
How exciting! Excuse my staring, but I can't help noticing the elegance and style of your bridge.
I have two of them. A bridge at both ends, and a propeller and rudder at both ends. I can be steered from either the front or the back. In fact, my stern can be the bow, and my bow can be the stern.
I was designed like that as well, and it sure saves all the trouble of turning around every time we come into dock. We can sail right in and out again. I love your paintings. Boy, would I ever like to have a painting like that on my hull.
Maybe you'll get one later.
When do you think you'll be joining the rest of the fleet?
Oh, just a few minutes ago, I got the word that it was all systems go. I'm set for my maiden voyage.
Gosh, a maiden voyage is special in the life of a ferry boat. Well, I'm all loaded and ready to go. I can't wait to tell everyone that you're coming.
In a few hours.
Oh my, it's like a birthday party. I'm so excited. Bye for now. Hope your first trip is super special.
Bye. Bon voyage.
Look at the size of this loading deck.
Wow! It's so clean and new!
Well, I think I'm the very first vehicle on this deck. Welcome, everyone. There's plenty of room. I can take 370 cars, but we still need to be balanced, so please park between the lines.
This is a real treat for us to be on your first trip.
It is exciting. I've been waiting for this moment for months. Finally, I'm on my way.
I have to wait until I am well away from the dock before I close my doors. The warning light means the doors are closing. Ah, finally! The door is sealed watertight. Good thing this water's cold. But the view's nice. Everyone on my bridge will enjoy that. This is my first chance to see where I am going to be working. Wow! Look at those mountains! Spectacular! Now I'm away from the harbor. Let's have full speed, Captain! I can go 21 knots! I wanted to show you my engines, kids. This is the heart of every ferry boat, but most people don't get to see it. These great big things are diesel-electric engines, and they provide the power that drives me. They generate all the electricity that runs the lights, the air conditioning, cooks the food, even works the TVs. Actually, I've got 2 separate engine rooms, one for each end. There's the other one. I couldn't do anything without the engines. The electricity they make powers the drive motors that turn the propeller shafts. See that big shaft spinning down there? That's what's driving me through the water. Look at my propeller churning up all that water. Come on, I'll give you the grand tour. This is one of my passenger lounges. I have several. Oh, and that's my gift shop. You can buy a nice present for your mom. It's so nice and spacious in here. I've got room for 1,600 passengers. People can be comfortable, read a book, chat to each other. Kids Zone. Every kid will love this place. They even have their own boat. And a video arcade for the older kids. That'll keep them busy. Lots of good eats in the cafeteria. And great views from the dining room. Yes, there's something for everyone. Even a place on the open deck where people can get outside for some fresh air. Who's that?
Yoo-hoo! Over here! It's me, Queen of Capilano. Welcome to the fleet.
Oh, thanks a lot. All you ferry boats have made me feel so special.
We're all so excited to have the biggest ferry boat in the world in our fleet.
Thanks.
I'm so glad you got here before it got dark. Everyone can see how fancy you are. I've got to do one last run. Bye for now. See you tomorrow.
This was a day to remember.
Well, Coastal Renaissance, how are you settling in?
Just fine, Capilano. Just fine. I feel like I am a full-fledged member of the fleet now. Thanks for the first-class welcome. And thank you, kids, for joining me on my maiden voyage. This was a special day for all of the ferry boats. Come and visit us again soon.
Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, lifting and pulling and flying so high, building up to the sky. You can watch them all day and never know why they're mighty machines. watch them soar. Sit right down and see. There are stories to enjoy for every girl and boy. Mighty machines, big and mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things there. Mighty machines, working for you, doing mighty things.